And so having Adam and his staff always digging and looking, that's what it's about. But it's also moments like this that guys get their opportunity. And when they do, a lot of times, people have been waiting for that shot, that moment, and, we take it from there. So we have fresh eyes on somebody when they come in, and then we do the evaluation as opposed to looking way far down the line. I recognize that's part of your job to look down there, but I try to put that off and just have fresh eyes for the moment and the player and what we think he can do.
We didn't have a chance to ask you last week about the report that they could be moving this part of the schedule, the OTA schedule, up towards training camp and changed all that. What do you kind of make of that, compressing it that way?
I don't have a lot of details on that, but what I can say, if it's something that from a player standpoint, it's better. There's health related reasons behind it. We'll find a way. And the teaching is the big piece. I would imagine there's probably some guidelines that you want for the new player who's learning a system, much different than like an NBA team that may keep a group from a year, maybe one new player into the next. You're adding a lot of players every year. So as long as there was some teaching elements to get the system down, I have full confidence. This is not the old days where you get to training camp to get in shape. These guys are really ready. And so whatever guidelines are there, that's good. I know there's some, push for an 18th game, which I think there's a lot of fun for that too. But until then, we'll play it out like we got it.
And your safety tandem, Quan Martin, Jeremy Chin, I'm not assuming that they're the starters, but the guys who may be in that role, just what have been your early impressions of them, and how do you kind of see them merging together as a duo there?
Yeah, and we'll also play where there's 3 safeties on the field at times, and that position has some flow to it. Quan's got experience at playing nickel and down and then by the line of scrimmage. Jeremy can, come from the top down and play over tight end. So they're unique things they have. That's what this part of the year is for, is to find those unique things. But I've been really impressed by the two of them, their communication together, but they're not the only ones. You're seeing different guys and different combinations, and we'll continue to do that.
Hey, Dan, I know you guys were on different sides of the ball in Dallas, but Tyler Biotish, having a guy like him here so far, what have you seen from him? How has he kind of meshed with the offense, the offensive line, with the team?
Yeah, I think having Badass here, working with him for 3 years, I knew not only, the ball player, but I knew, the person under the helmet. I knew what was behind the rib cage for him, his toughness. I saw, with a bad ankle playing, like I knew how tough this guy was and what an important teammate he was. And so for him to be around guys like Zach Martin and Tyron Smith that had incredible standards, guys like Nick Allegretti and Tyler to join into here, it's fun to see new leaders emerge into different spots. And I think we're seeing that with Tyler.
Real quick, Jaden throwing out the first pitch of the Nats game coming up this weekend. Have you ever thrown out a first pitch? Do you have any tips for him?
We had a big discussion about that just yesterday. So all eyes are on that first pitch. And I asked if there was going to be some practice involved going out there. Oh, no doubt about it. So, yeah, we're expecting him to rip a strike on that one.
Awesome. Thank you.
This one here, what field? No, I'm just kidding. The good news, turf field had been here a long time that we didn't utilize. And so let's give some props to Josh and to his team of recognizing when things have to change, for the betterment of these players, that he's going to find a way to do that. And that's his pack to the guys, and knowing that, like, there's a way to dig in to let them know that he's going to, turn over every rock, so to speak, to make this experience as strong as it could be. Man, are we appreciative of that. So it'll be another grass field that we'll have here. And hopefully that'll be by the end of training camp. Around that's a timeline for that as we're going forward. But yeah, it's pretty cool thing to see that when there's a chance to do it a little better. And obviously you see a lot of construction going on here and taking that shot to do it. We've got a lot of appreciation for Josh and his team of what they're trying to accomplish here. All right, you guys have a good one. See ya.
It's Dan Quinn, y'all. Dan Quinn, ladies and gentlemen. Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn. Big Son in the building. Shout out to Big Son. What's good, Big Son?
What's good? What's good? What's
Sportage was built for adventure. Sportage offers
this live thing up here. This live screen thing was.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Oh no, I moved it. I was trying to see what this live screen thing was. I moved it. What's good? It was goody, man. Workhorse Wednesday in the building for sure.
Workhorse?
Yes, sir.
Workhorse.
Workhorse.
Yes, indeed.
What it do?
So since you just coming in, what you think about? Did you hear what Quinn had to say? What you think about what Quinn had to say?
I didn't get to hear all that Quinn said. I kept coming back and forth. I was trying to get this live read screen on my board, so I really didn't get to hear what he said.
Okay. All right. I guess
I saw.
what you got, Quinn?
I really like this Dan Quinn interview. Before we get into the interview, before I get into my points, I do want to say he let it be known about the kicker, about what happened with McManus.
Right.
Without saying too much. He basically said that we didn't know. We found out on May 27th. You know? And even if everybody didn't know, I mean, even if other people knew, the coach didn't know. You get what I mean? So for him saying, look, I just found out about this last week. We did our little research. It is what it is. But had he communicated better with us, better with me, better with the team, then we could have helped him through this process. So I really like that. And him saying, hey, if there's a player going through a hard time, come talk to us. Because then we can communicate a solution. If you don't say nothing, these are going to be the consequences for you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I really like that. I really think that was perfect. I liked so many parts of this interview, man. And every time Dan Quinn talks to the press, he just seems to say the right things. And this is early on in the process, and him keeping things close knit, but at the same time letting people know, okay, this person's coming along, that person's coming along. Forbes is bigger than what he was last year. You know, he did some work in the off season to, I guess, get a little bigger. You know, certain things like that. I just love the way that he approached it. You know. So I got nothing but praise to say about that. He answered all of the questions the correct way. And sometimes we get a bonehead like Jay Gruden that don't know what to do with the press.
I agree.
You know? But I'm gonna keep it short. I ain't gonna overtalk this one, you know what I mean? But I absolutely love the interview.
It's all good. It's all good. What you got, Vito, on Quinn?
Impressive as usual, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, again, I'm more impressed of how he handles the media because we haven't had someone be studious in these situations that isn't capable of understanding that, you know, this is how a team is run. And also, what Theo said with the McManus situation, like being able to answer a question and say enough without saying too much, without saying anything that puts your foot in your mouth. You know what I'm saying? And you can move on from it. You see how the media moved on to the next question? They didn't stay and ask another question. Like you gave an answer that was enough to close it and move on to the next thing. And I think I love that part more than anything because it's very hard to do that here. And it definitely shows that this coach has some experience on being here before. Even with Ron Rivera, like there's times when you don't know how many games you need to win to get into the playoffs. Like this is thing coach just not supposed to get caught lacking on. Yeah. And so it looks again, the team looks prepared in a lot of different ways, and I appreciate how that looks.
Absolutely. Okay, so I got a couple layers to what my take is on this, right? So first layer I have is, why didn't anybody know that this thing was lingering? And two, and I would have asked this if I was interviewing Quinn. I would have said, well, what is the process? What process do you guys take when bringing a player in? Do you look at the background? Do you search the NFL database? What do you do? in regards to a player's background. Because I know if I go sign up to work for the federal government, quote unquote, for instance, or for the DC government, or for hell, CVS, somebody's going to take my name, run it through some form of a system to see what's there legally. Do you guys do that? Go about it. I mean, even though this is a civil case, this is not criminal, so this is nothing would have come up on the criminal end. But do you guys do some form of a background check as to what's going on with a guy legally before you sign him?
Yeah, I think they did. I think they
did.
Actually,
what Quinn said was he didn't know about any of this until May 27th. Those were his words.
But so it wasn't filed until when?
May 27th.
So my thing is that
before you file it, it had to be some form of a complaint made.
Yes. And so what I'm saying is that if Jacksonville swept the complaint under the rug, okay? Jacksonville sweeps the complaint under the rug. Now, when they're going to sign McManus, if Jacksonville doesn't say anything and McManus doesn't say anything, how do you know as an organization?
No, I'm saying, I mean, you're right. If McManus don't say anything, Jacksonville don't say anything, I'm not saying it's the organization. I'm just trying to figure out what is the process upon signing a guy.
Yeah, I think that I think that they did like probably criminal back checks, stuff like that. Normal. I think that they did that. I just think that McManus, and I think that that's why Quinn said what he said, because McManus obviously didn't display this to him. He didn't say the right, like, all right, look, I got a situation, and Jacksonville obviously didn't say it either, because if Jacksonville would have said it, then the team would have known about it too.
Well, nah, McManus said something about this. Like I'm about to say, if the first report that we got in the group chat is that McManus told his lawyer that this was all not true. So I don't think that it was a product of Dan Quinn needing to know about it more so than I said that these are familiar. Some of these players are familiar signings with the coaches that we have in line with them. So instead of this something that Quinn would know about, I would more so think that Izzo would have had an understanding that maybe this is something that was lingering. Maybe it wasn't that serious. If I asked him and he told me that him and his lawyer have already had it together, as a coach, that's not my job to get into the middle of that. I'm not legally binded into being in your personal business that far on a case that doesn't have anything to do with the NFL.
I can agree with that. I can agree
with
that.
But it did, because it actually had a little something to do, because this happened on the NFL trip to.
It's a team that I didn't coach with though. It's a team I didn't. Right. It's a player. Right. And like I said, this is that was in November or October last year.
Yeah,
so
last year.
We're talking about November, December, January. So we're talking about 8 months. We're talking about 8 months that this hasn't been handled in court. So either the lawyer is pushing this back to for a continuance, or y'all don't have enough evidence to try the kicker. So that was another reason why I said that, hey, Washington media, this is the job that we all try to describe to everybody that you guys do. This is bad that this even came up, because it doesn't have anything to do with our team. I would have literally let this be handled. And honestly, you guys are so bad. You're missing or need stories so badly that you honestly would have had a bigger story if you waited, if this was actually something he was held guilty of, because he would have still been on the team and they would have had to cut him based on where we were at the time during the season of whether we needed a kicker or not.
I agree.
Now he's let him go early. You can't hold more of the story regardless of the situation, because now you put out more of the point that this didn't happen in our, under our team. That's not a foul.
I agree. But again, my question is, and maybe this is a learning lesson for Peters. He's his first year on the job. I think this is a learning lesson for Quinn. Quinn is from this area, so I'm not going to even say Quinn. Quinn probably told Peters, hey, this media is brutal here. This media is brutal. And I think that, and this is not like to say Brandon McManus was the sacrificial lamb or anything. I'm not saying that, but a little bit he was, because this was a prime example of what we discussed about the media in DC being overly aggressive and overly attached to the negative,
The drama.
to the drama. Absolutely. To the drama.
And that was my sentiments exactly on Monday. My comment about, them distancing themselves and everything. Like, like I said, like my thoughts were correct. McManus should have spoke up sooner rather than later. Like you don't know what type of help you could have got from the guys here and the people, behind closed doors here. You don't know what type of assistance you would have got, but then again, like
But we don't know
we were
that
saying about
he's not
the
guilty.
next.
He's not been found guilty of anything. He was just let go because I don't think the team wants the negative media or negative coverage attached to it. He hasn't been found guilty of anything. And right now, he's alleged of all of the things that he's been said to have done.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that was my sentiments too. Like, he wasn't.
Still
They
innocent
didn't know
until
nothing
proven guilty,
solid.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they didn't know nothing solid or anything. But the fact that he kept it under wraps and didn't, come to them about it, I that's why I felt the way I did about them. You know, firing him and letting him go because that was one of the reasons why I felt that they did it because they felt that he didn't trust him enough to come to them with that.
Yeah, it's what you, and it's a little bit of what you said because they mentioned the history here when interviewing Dan Quinn. They mentioned, they say, hey, you ain't got nothing to do with the history, but they brought it up. So going back to your points from I think about maybe two shows ago, Big Son, when you said, hey, this could be some lingering effect of Dan Snyder, why they might deal with this pretty swiftly. You were right on point. You were right on point with that notion because they did mention the previous regime, and
Mm-hmm.
it's not, and maybe Quinn didn't understand what they were saying when the guy brought it up.
Yeah, and I knew that was that's what's in the back of their minds. Like,
I
look,
think
man,
he
we already
knew.
got this on the table. We don't need nothing else flying off the handle, even in that slightly pertaining to that manner. You know what I'm saying? So that was another thing too. They had previous dealings with these type of situations, and they just didn't want to have themselves attached to that again.
I think Dan Quinn knew what he meant.
You think he did?
Yeah. And he avoided it the right way you're supposed to.
I mean, absolutely. Absolutely. Dan Quinn is really good. And I said this when he, in his opening press conference. I'm impressed when he talks to the media. I'm highly impressed. He's the alpha in the room. He controls the room. He says the right things. This is where Vito and I are aligned in what he said previously about Jay Gruden and even Ron Rivera not knowing certain things.
Yeah, I think me personally, I think that Dan Quinn is honest, but he's not detrimental. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like he get up there and say what he needs to say, and he's not going to hold nothing back, but he's not going to destroy the team either in his words. You
He
know what I'm
know how to
saying?
avoid. He know how to avoid the right the right question or say it in a manner where it's like I'm answering your question, but I'm only going to give you this vague answer, or I'm only going to give you a little bit because I'm trying to get to the next spot.
Yeah. I
Exactly.
was thoroughly impressed. I'm always impressed with Dan Quinn speaks most of the time. I do want him to learn some more of the personnel, though. I'm not sure, and I could be my analysis of him. So this ain't no knock, Dan Quinn. You might know everybody. I know you just got here a couple months ago, so it's gonna take you some time to really learn the personnel and who's who and what's what. If you need some help, you can hit the Nature Show at any point in time. We would love to have you on. We even take you in the green room where we just talk to you in the green room. This is who this guy is. This is what he good at. If you want to watch some of the old shows, go back and watch some of the old shows. We talk about everybody on there. Who's who and what's what. It's the Nature Sports Podcast, So, however, I would like for him to learn some more of the personnel. And I'm not saying he don't know him. I know who he mentioned, some of the guys he mentioned. and this is his regime, this is his show. But hopefully that happens. And now
I think he know the personnel. I think he knows the personnel well. You know,
some people not good with names though. I'm not good with names, so I might know your face. I'm good with faces, not names. So I'm not saying that he doesn't. He might.
What makes you think? What makes you think he don't know the personnel?
In the interview, certain spots where he basically mentioned who was already mentioned, and sometimes he will, like Tyler Biadasz, for instance, rolls off the tongue. Quan Martin rolls off the tongue. Certain players roll off the tongue. Certain players is like he's searching his, it seems to me, and I could be wrong, but it seems to me he's searching his mental Rolodex for a name. And so
nah, I mean, he called him badass, man. He know exactly who Biadasz is, you know?
No, I'm not talking about Biadasz. I said that one rolled off the tongue, but I'm talking about some of the other players in aspects of questions that was asked during the press conference.
I don't know, man. I feel like he know the staff pretty well, man. I think he know the players probably a lot better than he know the staff.
It gave me a little bit of Jay Gruden. Jay Gruden used to do that. That's why I was saying that too. Jay Gruden, if you listen to any of Jay Gruden's press conference, when they asked him about the other team, he can name the Tom Brady, Randy Moss, Chris Johnsons of the world. But if you ask him who's the starting guard over there on that other team, Jay Gruden going to come up with something.
You talking about on the team across from him?
On the team across from him, right.
I think Dan Quinn's been in the league a long time. Maybe some of the very newer guys, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure he's got a good Rolodex of players in the league. By him being a guy that has been predominantly on the defensive side, I really think I'm more likely to say that he'd remember more defenders than offensive players. But in my opinion, I think the job of the head coach is to know the players you got on your team.
I think that's what I'm saying. I think he's doing that. He's getting to know some of the players that are here, if that makes any sense.
Yes.
I feel like he hasn't gotten all the way there yet. I just think he's just learning. He's getting acclimated. It takes time. So this ain't a knock. This ain't a knock at all.
I definitely agree with he's still learning the players. I think he knows the personnel.
Ron knew everybody, and Ron Rivera sucked. So I don't know if I care more about you knowing everybody than I do getting your job completed.
Hey, but I'm gonna be real, bro. Like, I don't know, bro.
You know he did. That's why he was the players' coach. He knew everybody. He knew the practice squad guys. Like I think he knew too many people.
Yeah.
That's why he
had too many alliances
at the right time, because he knew too many names. It was like I could put him right here, and by the time the shot clock's done, you know what I'm saying, the play clock's all right now.
He also knew the cheerleaders as well.
I thought that was Jay.
Gruden, at least.
I thought that was Jay. Yeah.
Jay knew them cheerleaders as well too. Mm-hmm.
He knew the cheerleaders a little too well.
Yeah, Jay got distracted. Him and Bruce Allen.
Jay almost got Alex Smith killed, man.
Emails.
He knew more about the cheerleaders than he did the players.
Jay didn't do the surgery.
He put him in the spotlight.
He don't want to put him on the table though.
That could have prevented him from.
He got his brother in trouble. He got his brother fired.
Hey, bro. He might not.
You know what?
We
never suggested that may have been who leaked out the information on Daniel Snyder. That is the one thing we never suggested.
I mean, that could have very well been Jay, because he's been feeling real froggy here lately.
And you can think about it. And now that I think about it, who would think that you're gonna get your brother fired?
Right.
But who would you have the most hatred against, or like more envy, not hatred, but more? Who would you be more envious against? The Redskins organization, or your brother who's buddy with the guy who's who's helping to get the info to Dan Snyder.
Right.
Bruce Allen played a lot
Bruce
of roles
Allen.
on why people start finding out about stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Bruce was a wild boy. Bruce was a wild boy.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, he's the wildest GM. He's even wilder than Jack and Cook. Jack and Cook was wild. People don't forget he had a lot of scandals going on when he was here in Washington. Him and his son.
Y'all don't know who Bruce Allen is.
Them boys
Bruce
was wild.
Allen.
Bruce Allen got them beat.
Bruce Allen is Joe Dirt reincarnated. That's all I'm
Dirt.
telling you.
Call that man Joe Dirt.
Bruce Allen was wild. But I'm gonna say this to your point, Vito. Jay Gruden. Let me talk about this. I'm gonna talk, and all Redskin fans, I'm gonna give y'all a quick story. This ain't gonna be too long. We still got Joe Witt coming up. We still got some more interviews. Jamin Davis coming up. Tyler Biade is coming up. So we still got some interviews. I'm gonna go through a quick story though. When Jay Gruden, his first press conference with Washington, he sat down, I believe, with JP Finley. I want to say it's JP Finley. Well, he sat down with JP Finley. This interview is still on YouTube, where John Gruden and Jay Gruden is at OTAs together. And John comes to visit Jay. John isn't coaching at the time. Jay just got his job. John comes to visit Jay. Jay looks extremely discombobulated. He got papers.
I remember that. I remember that whole situation.
His hair all over the place. And that's what and Big Son will tell you that I said this. I said, I'm not sure he should be the offensive coordinator and the coach. He looks a little overwhelmed right now. He just looked overwhelmed, and his brother knew it.
Yeah, when Big Bro came to tell Big Bro, tried to tell him something, he was telling Big Bro, I got this, I got this.
He basically shut him up. He basically shut him up on camera. He basically shut up, Big Bro, I got this. You don't know what you're talking about. I know what I'm the coach.
And who does that to a brother? Not only a brother that let's just say I don't feel like my brother know more than me. He still got a Super Bowl in the league. You have a job. You don't want to listen to anything. Let's just say I don't listen to none of his play calling, but I just need to know how this works. Like, I'm here for a reason. You don't even realize that, baby bro? Baby bro, I'm here because you have a problem, and I know it. I didn't know the cameras was going to pick up on it, but I know it, and you don't even want me to help you. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, that's like Eli not listening to Peyton Manning. That's like Eli not listening to Peyton Manning. It's crazy.
Even if he didn't win,
conversations about
listen, bro, even if he didn't win, right? You still listen to other coaches in the league. So why not listen to your own brother, bro? Like, you know what I'm saying? You still listen to other coaches in the league.
Hey, guess what? Real quick, bro. He even had one of the best staffs known to the NFL today and still couldn't listen. The man had a serious problem.
With Sean McVay. Him and Sean McVay had the problems because he didn't want to listen to Sean McVay. He didn't want to listen to Bill Callahan.
Whose job only kept increasing in title as he was here before he even left.
Absolutely.
Like, how you just man.
Do y'all remember the game that Sean McVay coached? And right after he coached, called that game, he went Jay Gruden went right back to call him play. I think that was against Green Bay, wasn't it? It was against Green Bay.
We had 50-something points.
It was at Green Bay.
We had 50-something
We lit Green Bay up.
And
that's the only time I seen Kirk Cousins look good against a good team. And you're right, Big Son. But go ahead, point, my bad. What you saying?
Nah, I was just saying Jay Gruden was just jealous. You know what I mean? We put up all them points, and he was like, nah, I can't let that happen.
I believe Jay Gruden had some type of complex, though, that if you suggested something, he just wanted to do something else to show you that he could do something, whatever it is that he wanted to do.
Yeah.
It's like one of those people that the best, you know how, like, again, see, this goes to points, to Leo's point about Phil Jackson being somebody who was able to get the most out of a system he didn't come up with, but was able to get the most out of all the players in that system. Jay, I want to say this to you with all due respect. We're around the same age, so it's like a little big brother talking to you in some way. You slow, bro.
Yeah.
All right. If your main goal was to make sure that your brother was shown that he didn't know more than you, you listen to Sean McVay. You listen to LaFleur. Because they all knew more than you, and they would have made you look like a genius until one of them left.
Yep.
You could at least look like a genius for 3 or 4 years and just been like the coordinators, some things, our relationships. It could have been anything. The Rivers of the world went to the Super Bowl. The Dan Quinns even went to the Super Bowl. So you could have looked great with a pretty good – you had a really good roster for 4 or 5 years, and you could have at least done better or at least close to what your brother did and been respected. Outside of the job you got after us, I don't even think he's working in the league anymore.
No, he went to Jacksonville before Peters got there, before Peterson, before Peterson.
No, that's what I said. I said
Yeah.
that he only
And
had that after that one job, he hasn't had another job in the league.
Yeah, that was it. You know. But we're gonna move on
to be a coach for 5 years. I feel like you have to realize that you're trying to get back to a head coach if you take another job, but you get demoted. But I feel like once you get demoted as a head coach, you almost don't really go back there. The Dan Quinns are the what would I say, the exception to the rule. But not like I said, like for the enemies, like your coordinator, office coordinator, and you had such a bad season in the pros. Not only did you get demoted to the NCAA, but you're not even an offensive coordinator there.
Yep. I agree.
I've not, and it's like I said, it has nothing to do with color, race. I just haven't seen the Carolina Panthers when they let go Matt Rule, if I'm not mistaken, and just say, you know what, just go back to college. We'll pay you to leave. Like, we don't even want you here. Like, It's not an easy job, and once you do a bad job at it, it's really hard to get back that title because it's hard for another team to invest that much into you.
Absolutely. Especially when you didn't do a good job. Like Andy Reid did a really good job in Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. So him moving on, I believe was, and I can't say that I commend Philadelphia for coming back the way they did with the guy they got now. Coach.
With Sirianni,
right? He's a really good coach.
I mean, they kind of did it 2 years in a row. Like, I mean, with two coaches back to back. A coach to replace Andy Reid, and they had to get a coach to replace Doug Peterson.
Look, Sirianni's all right. Sirianni been doing okay, but I'm gonna say
he made it to a Super Bowl,
right?
But Doug Peterson won the Super Bowl.
No.
I think Doug Peterson
as an
with Peterson. Oh yeah, with Peterson, we forgot about Peterson.
I think that's what I'm about to say.
No, I didn't. But I'm just saying that if we look at again, I'm only saying this from being a Redskin fan. If we look at how long it took for us to get a coach with some respect, and again, these guys have not been on the field yet, but just respectfully speaking, for the respect that other teams are giving us. I told you I'd be on the streets with it. Other teams are afraid of what we're building. I haven't heard this type of nervousness around here since Joe Gibbs was a coach, and that was only for the people that were old enough to realize how good of a coach Joe Gibbs was. I'm saying that in Philly, you had the historic Andy Reid there that may have not won rings, but he was consistently an NFC champion and consistent division winner. He had respect. And for him to leave and then they go get a Super Bowl with Doug Peterson in 2 years, to let him go – to pick up a Sirianni who gets you back to the Super Bowl, whether you win or lose, is really good for an organization in consistency and making sure that we stay at the top of our game. That's not an easy thing to do. That's why the coaches like the Ravens have held on to a Harbaugh for so long. They had no coordinators like McDonald. I think Mike McDonald could have been a head coach for them. But it's so hard to replicate what your coach and what he's built there. Like, it's just really hard to do that. The Steelers, the reason why they won't let go of Tomlin, even though they threaten if he doesn't go to the playoffs, they're not letting him go. You know, from what's his name? Bauer. Like, from Bauer to him, you if they let Tomlin go and they don't have success at the head coach spot, even if they had good rosters, their fan base will go nuts.
Yep.
They've never experienced being bad 5 to 10 years in a row. They would move the team. It would hurt the fan base too much. Like, I don't know if they would be able to handle it. And I'm not saying it can't happen, because it happened to us and we found a way to survive it, but it's just really bad when that happens. You know what I'm saying? So, and not every team can do that.
Yeah, absolutely. To your point, Vito and Leo, that was a good get, because I forgot about Doug Peterson. Doug Peterson. He went to the Super Bowl right after Andy Reid was released, and then they came back with Sirianni to go back again. I don't think people understand. We still recovering from Joe Gibbs. so that should tell people how hard it is to do what they have done.
Even Chip Kelly for a couple years.
Yeah, Chip Kelly.
You even gotta
Yeah,
get
Chip
Chip
Kelly, he
some
was good.
credit.
He was really good with them.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't been good since he left there. To be honest.
He was all right at UCLA. He was okay.
He was all right. He was all right. But those guys, hats off to them because they figured out a way to recruit the right coach and implement the right system. They got something going when it comes to their front office in Philadelphia. And of course, they are our rivals. They the closest team to us. They closer to us than the Giants. They closer to us than the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. So they are kind of our immediate rivals, to be honest, as far as location. So I don't feel good about giving them any form of praise, but I'm not a liar either. They have done a masterful job at recruiting coaches and implementing systems to stay successful, especially over the last 25 years or 30 years. They've done their thing on that front. I can't lie. And maybe it was from having an Andy Reid who gave them the blueprint. This is what you look for. This is how this goes. This is what this, that, and the other. Maybe it came from that. But whatever it came from, they have really done a good job of that. So let's move on to Joe Witt. Joe Witt. Finally get a chance to speak, to hear Joe Witt talk. Hear what he got to say. So we'll go right into it. Joe Witt with the presser. Let me make sure we ain't got. Let me get the volume up on Witt. All right, Witt, my bad, Witt. Get the volume up on Witt.
Of what we're doing, the way they're buying in, the way they're competing, it's fun, man. Both sides of the ball. It's just not looking at defense. Both sides of the ball. Everybody out there is just really going after each other, and that's what it's supposed to be. That's the only way we're going to get better.
What are your early impressions on Emmanuel Forbes so far? What have you seen from him?
I've seen a young man that is every day getting better, getting used to my hard coaching. He's a kid that has a really good skill set. And just like the rest of the young guys, he's out there working his butt off, and I've been pleased with him.
What do you like about
Luvo? Oh man, everything. What's not to like about him? He is the heartbeat of what competitive, hard-nosed defensive football is about. And I remember he said, Coach, just tell me what you want me to do, and I'll do it. And he goes as hard as he can. I love that. I mean, he's a fun guy to be around, fun guy to coach.
With Emmanuel, what are some of the things that you have been working with him on just to kind of get him to where?
Well, those are the things that me and him are going to talk about. Well, just between us. But one thing that I always would do, I'll look at every team's interviews and I'll try to pick here and there. They'll figure it out when we play. Okay. But I can tell you that the kid is working his butt off, and I'm pleased with where he is. I can tell you that 100%. Because if I wasn't, I'll tell you, I'm not going to come up here and BS anybody. All right, so it is what it is. Yep.
We're all trying to figure out what exactly this defense is going to look like. Do you know at this point?
Yeah.
Because it's all so new, like how everybody's going to fit in together?
Oh, I know how it's going to look. Yeah. I mean, what's your next question?
So in terms of Frankie Luvu, then it seems like he can play all over. But how many different spots do you kind of see that he can potentially fit into?
Same as here. Why would I say that right now when people are looking? All right, they'll figure it out when we play. But we're happy, and I'm not trying to be a smart ass. All right, trust me, believe me, okay? But the advantage that we have right now is people don't know, okay? And we're going to keep that advantage until they figure it out. So I'm not going to say, I'm not trying to dodge anybody's question, all right? I'm answering it the best way I can, but we have good players, and we're going to put them in position to help us win. And that's all we're going to get until, after the first game.
Obviously, this is the time to also experiment with some guys like Jamin, working a little bit of the edge. What are some of the traits you see in him that maybe tell you it's worth looking at?
He's a big, strong, fast man that has the ability to bend. All right, so we want to make sure we get our best players on the field in whatever capacity we can do. We have a history of playing guys in positions that they might not normally be used to, and we're just trying to build our best 11 guys on the field. And he's a big, fast, willing guy that's excited about doing it.
2 years of coaching, a guy like Damon is playing for a contract. You ever notice a change in the makeup of a guy who knows that the next deal is what he's playing for?
I really don't get into that, to be honest with you. If this is why, if you get comfortable, if you change because of a contract or not, shame on you. Okay, I remember Charles Wilson told me he had just signed his contract, and I came down into the meeting room. I said, "Wood, you got that big contract." He said, "Man, I'm trying to get the next one." the day he signed it, so that's the mentality that has to be, how do I get to the next one? How do I win a championship? That's I don't really worry about that.
Is he somebody that still likes to absorb things from other vets?
Yes. And he is a listener. He's a guy that absorbs it. He has one of the best linebacker coaches in the league in Ken Norton. Who wouldn't want to listen to him? And so, and then you have Bobby right next to you, and then the young guys. So he absorbs everything. And then at the same time, he's really a quiet guy, but when he speaks, everybody listens.
Joe, along those same lines, having a Bobby Wagner on your defense, how much do you actually lean on him to help with the little things, to be that leader on the defense?
A lot. I just told the defense, this is the vet's responsibility that the young guys are going at the speed of the vets. All right, they have to make sure that happens. We're going to get them to understand what they have, but to play with the edge and the tenacity that we want, all right, they're in the locker room with them. And Bobby does a great job of that. And Bobby does a great job of when I install something, and if I don't do it as clean as I should, he'll come and say, hey, coach, maybe got you, Bobby. All right, go back in there and do it. And I respect that. I take coaching from my players. I did it in Dallas. I did it in Green Bay, wherever. That's the only way you get better. All right, so we're all trying to grow and get better. So I'm not trying to say, hey, I have all the answers. As a defensive staff, we're putting this together with the players. It's our defense. It ain't my defense. It ain't Coach Quinn's. It's the Commander defense. All right, and we're going to get it done. So it takes all of us.
And along those lines, you got a clean slate here. You come from a brand new staff, guys you haven't coached before. You're the architect of this defense. How fun is that challenge of having this clean slate and going, all right, let's start?
It's been really fun. What makes it fun is working with good people. The defensive staff, I don't think I've seen enough written about those guys. Jason Simmons, Tommy Donatel, already talked about Ken Tapp. Man, we come to work every day and we compete. We have fun. And then we get the opportunity to coach a group of young men that are willing and wanting to show that we can play high-level defense. And so when you have that with the people that you work alongside with and the people that you coach, man, it's fun to come to work every day. Where else would you want to be?
Like two more about Jeremy's him so far. What sort of aspects of his game
once again, Jeremy, I said big, fast, strong with Jamin. Jeremy's the same thing. He's a really intelligent man as well. He can control the back end. He can make the calls. He can help the safety next to him. He can help the star and the linebacker. So communication, I always talk about, is not only send, it's receiving it, knowledge, and he is really taking that, grabbing it, and going to the next level with it. We want to be a chatty defense.
Can you share a bit more about your thoughts on the defensive rookies? So some of the rookies that you all drafted and brought in undrafted. Can you share a bit about their skill set so we can really slow it down?
Is there anybody in particular, or you want to talk about a collective? All right, Jordan McGee. Okay, those two guys, especially Jordan, I'll start with him. He's a guy that I've been pleased with because he doesn't carry himself like a rookie. All right, you would not know that with the way he handles himself, the way he absorbs information. He doesn't have a lot of mistakes. Hampton, we've put him in some difficult positions, to be honest with you, and he's answering the challenge. Those guys that I want to see, can they go in there and play along with Bobby and Oos and Jonathan Allen and Payne and those guys? So those two guys, we have put a lot on, and they're answering the bell as right now.
Last one, when you came in and the staff came in under you, started talking about how we're not going to see exactly what we saw from Dan Quinn in Dallas, what we saw some stuff from Green Bay or whatever. As you see some of the players come in here, and how exciting is it to kind of see this defense take shape and as you plug some of these guys in, and the defense you guys want to build here that you talked about different from everywhere else. I mean, how excited is it to see that?
No, it's fun. This is the players' games, okay? And you're going to hear me talking about feed the studs, and we're going to design our defense. We're designing our defense around the players that we have. I think if you're just limited to saying, hey, we run one scheme and that's all we have, and no, you have the players that you have, all right? And you make sure that you are putting them in the best position to play high-level football. And we have really good players. And I'm excited every day to come in here and figure out what's the best way to use them. And one thing I want to say as well, we don't have 11 starters, okay? You're going to put this down, so don't ask me who's starting here. We have 17 to 18 guys. We're going to go out there. We're going to roll a deep crew and to go out there and whip people, okay? So we don't have 11 guys. We have many personnel groups, and now can they own those positions when we put them in there? So when that comes, don't ask me about who's starting, please.
Thanks, Coach.
That's it. Go. Last one.
Sign these guys. And see from them OTA saying, accepting concerns. Have you been, even more impressed with these guys seeing what they've done at OTAs before you were with Judge Bronson?
What I've really been impressed with is with the buy-in that they've had. All right, because it's not, you have to be selfless at some point to say, all right, there's not going to be 11. There's going to be times I come off the field for the betterment of the defense, for the betterment of the team. And there's nobody that's balked at that at all. Everybody's in. Everybody's all in. And the meetings are so fun. They're so energetic because these guys every day are just trying to get better and trying to do it the right way. And as long as we do that, we're going to have a hell of a chance. All right, thank you, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Joe Witt, man. Joe Witt.
Man.
Joe Witt.
Oh,
Let's
hey,
get
Slim.
the reaction on Joe Witt, man. What y'all got on Joe Witt?
Man, hey, I love Joe Witt. Joe Witt, I told y'all, the dude is number one, no nonsense. First and foremost, he's no nonsense. That's what I like about him. Second of all, I like the fact that the man takes advice from his players, especially the veteran one. I mean, he takes it from all of them, but he listens and pays close attention to them veterans that's been proven. And, like you say, everywhere he went, Green Bay, Dallas, wherever he went, he's always listened to his players. I like the way he's not giving away our information, keeping everything low key, not screaming these guys, oh, this guy looked great today. This how we gonna work this guy. Hey, that ain't nobody's business. Like you say, we got some things going on over here. You will not find out until we touch the field on that first one. Then when y'all start saying all your names, I'm still not gonna give it all to you. You know what I'm saying? I like Joe Witt. I like his I like the way he interviewed. I like the way he shut them down. Like, hey, like I just told you, look, I'm not gonna get you all that. I just told you that. You know what I'm saying? I like the way he interviewed. I'm real big on Joe Witt, really world class guy. I like him.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. What y'all got on Joe Witt?
I'll go next, man. I think that this was an excellent interview. The main thing that I like that he said is that we have an advantage, and and he understands the advantage that they have. Y'all don't know what we're gonna do. Y'all don't know what this defense is gonna look like. Y'all don't know what this offense is gonna look like, and meaning y'all can't game plan for it. No matter what you do, you cannot game plan for something that you don't know. So I think that he understands how talented the roster is. And and another thing I love, he said, we're not having 11 starters. We have 17, 18 guys.
I like that because we was talking about, we just had a discussion about that on Monday.
Yeah, I like the fact that, when you say, like what Dan Quinn said, you potentially got 3 safety sets. And now what Joe Witt saying is that we got more than just 11 guys. This coincides with them having a very rotational defense, and I like it. I think it's amazing, and I love the way that he handled this interview. When talking about somebody like a Jeremy Chin or a Frankie Louvu, he's enthusiastic about it, and you can tell he's enthusiastic about the game. So excellent interview, man. Shout out to Joe Witt.
Yes, indeed. Vito, what you got on Witt?
Joe Witt, a beast. A beast. The interview was what I have been wanting. Ro, I know you are heavy on stop giving them everything, stop giving them enough for them to bite on. Guess what? I don't care what your attitude is. I don't care that you want to reach for this or reach for that. My defense is going to be my defense. My numbers already speak for themselves. He is like the Marvin Harrison Jr. of defensive coaches right now. I am betting on myself. I'm betting on my resume. And I'm betting that these guys are going to be ready. I don't need to tell you who's going to be the starter. You worry about that when you're finding out, picking up your quarterback on the ground, which number hit him, or which guy picked off a pass, or which play was defected by this pass when this guy's on the field. And I think that is enormous for guys' confidence. I think that means that, hey, I don't care if you start. I need to make an impact when I'm on the field. That means that guys are always prepared and ready to play instead of expecting that the starter is going to play 130 plays in a whole game or in a 2 week span without getting no reps for the other guys. That's a confidence builder for me, for the McGee's as the rookies, for our 7th round pick, even the same way that Smith Williams got time. We was talking about that as well, as far as the guys that get picked later, not where they get picked, but where they are on the depth chart, need to make similar, if not bigger, impacts than the guys that we felt were making impacts here that were let go. So with that said, I believe that the defense especially is going to get chances to do this. And that is a great interview in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm hyped, man. I'm hyped to see this defense. Joe, with you talking all that, I'm trying to see it. You know, I'm keep it real. I'm trying to see it. I like a couple things. Going back to, it's a little bit of what everybody said. Going back to what Point said, no positions. You know, meaning we'll have 3 safeties on the field. Whoever said that, I don't know who said. I think Vito might have said that. Point. Whoever said it, we're gonna have 3 safeties. It'll be times when we got 3 safeties on the field. We just trying to get the best players on the field, because as y'all know, we just had a discussion. I'm pro Derek Force. Somebody Vito was pro Quan Martin. This because we all know how good these guys are or can be together. And so to hear that the coach also knows that too is very refreshing. That means that man knows football. I can't say that for Ron Rivera, because there'd be times we be looking around at Ron like, what is he doing? That don't even make no sense. But to hear a coach who at least on the surface level knows minimum, oh, I got some guys over here. That is very refreshing. That is very refreshing in itself. To hear a coach who understands, let me shut up in these interviews. It's not about me and trying to get some sort of accolades through a press conference or some sort of media attention or some sort of whatever it is that these guys be trying to get. He don't want it. He want to win games. And y'all
it's
know
about football. Yep. It's
right.
about football.
It's about football. Y'all know I always say y'all need to keep a lower profile, because like Joe Witt said, what I do, I go look at other people's interviews and see what they got going on. So believe you me, you want to keep a low profile. You want to come out of nowhere, out of the clear blue sky. Like we thought these dudes was bad. You want everybody to think you some trash, because they're gonna come out and sleep on you and play like you some trash. That's how you beat them. Keep them quiet. So I am all for everything I heard from Joe Witt. I am pleasantly surprised. This is the first press conference I've been able to hear Joe Witt speak. He has a couple of them, but we didn't get to him on the show yet. So this is my first time actually being able to hear what this man had to say about what he was putting together. Another thing I liked, I don't think anybody brought this up, was he said he knows exactly what he wants to do. It ain't no, he said, so ask your question. He told the dude just like that, ask your question. I know exactly what I'm doing or exactly what I want to do. That
I think with that, it was more or less a lot of people are guessing, and he wanted to let the people know, the fans know, that he is confident in what they're doing, what they've built. He also alluded to them still building. The same thing that Dan Quinn alluded to. We're still building. We're building this defense. We're building this offense. And when he said, I know what I want to do, that's like, I have a plan and a design for what I want to see on the field. And him being that sure of himself is a really good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Joe Witt. And I like the fact that I think he can be honest. Like when they asked him about Forbes, he said, well, if he was playing bad, I would let you guys know. Or if he was doing something that he ain't had no business or wasn't up to my standard, I would have no issue with saying it. Those are the type of guys that you want around. To Big Son's point, when he said, I take stuff from my players, that's how I learn. If Bobby sees something going on out there, he come run back and tell me, I'm a listen. I'm not bigger. And I think Ron Rivera had a problem with that. No offense to Ron Rivera. I'm sorry. I got to keep bringing your name up, but you're what we're comparing this thing to. You were the last one to come.
I mean,
dog in the building.
It kind of is an offense to Ron Rivera because Holmes, you too old for that. You too old for that, bro. Like you got these young dogs stepping up to the plate, accepting responsibility. You too old to not take accountability, bro. You
Yeah.
too old for that, bro.
Everybody told him you need to be starting Taylor Heineke, and he just was as hard.
He was just gun ho on scrambled egg in the quarterback position.
Yep.
Like it was scrambled eggs the whole season, bro.
Yep.
Then he want to have Mexican eggs. He want to have Dominican eggs. I'm like, bro, come on, man. We gotta have one type of egg on the table.
Yeah.
What are we having?
Yeah. So,
you know, like it's crazy.
And people told him you need to be starting Taylor Heineke. He just did not care. Or he did not want to hear what nobody had to say. He knew
We
better.
told him he need to start telling how
Yeah. When you looked at the national coverage that decision to start Carson Wentz got, it's no way that other people within that organization didn't tell him that's not the guy you need to be playing. And he didn't care. So it's refreshing to hear Witt say that I'm open to whatever it is, suggestions that the players, other coaches. Another thing Witt said that I'm going to pat the Nature Show right here on the back with. Witt said, I don't feel the writers are writing enough about the other coaches. We've covered every coach. We didn't cover the assistants, but we got every position coach. We covered every single position coach. Daryl Tapp, the one you mentioned, Ken Norton, we covered him too. We covered his whole resume. We gave him his shine on the Nature Sports Network. Yes, we did, Joe Witt. So if you want to get some support in, you come over here because we definitely gave your position coaches the shine that they deserve as well as you. So I agree with you. The writers aren't writing enough about the other coaches. I totally agree with you, Joe Witt. I totally agree with you. So we're going to get another presser up. We're going to jump to Tyler Biades. This is my first time getting to hear what he has to say as well. So we'll just jump right on into it. All right.
Thing it's the same like conceptual thinking, it's building this like a winning culture and doing things the right way and building our identity. I mean, we have a great opportunity to rebuild this culture here, and it's a fresh start in all areas and all aspects of our game here with the Commanders. I think it's coming from even ownership to the GM, coaching staff, players coming from different other ball teams. So I mean, it's one of those things where you truly feel grateful for this great opportunity to build it the way you want it. And I think everyone has the same mindset of building your winning culture and also just building that chemistry. And this is such a crucial time of these next practices coming up and next week with the mandatory mini camp to really do that. And we just started really going 11 on 11. So building that chemistry with one another and being all out there and working with different personnel groups and different teammates beside you, and like for my position, for example. But it's been great. Honestly, it's been a lot of fun. But
I had to stop.
Just straight down.
Hold on, having some technicals. What's going on?
It's chemistry. I think you want to build it from giving us the details and the amount of time I've spent in those offices and just my personal growth upon like being next to those guys and learning with those guys and all of us as an O-line perspective, I would say like is having those those independent group meetings where it's just the players or you're going in on your own time, making sure but it's the accountability part. I think the biggest part of like O-line in general is being accountable to one another because your success relies on another person next to you in a lot of aspects of your game. So I think playing 5 as one is one of the biggest parts of O-line and football in general.
You got a rookie quarterback too. I just said can't they protect him? What are some things that you guys can do to help Jake make sure that he's as protected as you need him?
Yeah, no, I mean, the biggest part is doing your job the best of your ability, and I think that goes with being like your best version of yourselves. And, how I said before, being 5 as one and make sure everyone's on the same page. And a lot of those things happen where, you have to be all dialed in, you can't, there's no room for, error for, mistakes. And that's how detailed you have to be. And you can't take a play off. And, you got to be on.
Tyler, speaking of chemistry with you and Jaden, obviously you have to develop that rapport, the cadence. Give me some examples how you guys trying to do that over the last couple of weeks and kind of build that connection.
Yeah, you do it. You take snaps, like legitly, like you take snaps, like you literally go out in the field and be like, hey, like I want to get like 20 snaps or whatever, or hey, like I want to be in the building. Hey, how do you see this? Or how do you see that? And it's that development of like a relationship where it's like, and it's that brotherhood of like, you know, he's coming in fresh out of college, so it's like it's one of those things where this is the biggest work mode you have to be in, even though it's like, you know, on the OTA side and that you're going into a break coming up, but like it doesn't stop. Like you consistently have to keep working at that craft because it's a relationship that like never ends. And I think like it's one of those things where, you know, each and every day you have to keep putting that time, and it can't get monotony. Like it can't. You have to keep going that keeping getting that 1% better every single day mindset. So I think, you know, and he's doing a great job on his end. I think, you know, he's one of the first in the building every single day. So I think he's doing a hell of a job, you know, doing extra walkthroughs with Cliff in the morning. And, you know, he's just always in the film room. So I think he's doing a great job and putting himself in the best position to be successful.
It looks like Cliff's trying to go a little more up-tempo, maybe a little bit no huddle. How does that impact you and the offense?
I mean, that's going to be a part of it. You know, that's going to be a part of it. And it's going to affect us of how we play the game and how we see this, how we see the game and what advantages are we taking of it. You know, are we, you know, could we huddle sometimes? We might not huddle sometimes. It's going to be a part of the game plans. And I'm sure like, you know, that'll be more but right now it's building our identity to see what we can do and see what, you know, obviously like what they're putting for us. And that's our job to do it, you know, and we'll see where we're at. And that's the thing. So we keep striving to be where we want to be, and our coaches are putting our best, you know, they're putting us in the best positions possible to be successful. So, and they've been doing a great job of like anything we need to, and it's at our fingertips of, you know, if it's a call, or if it's another, you know, text or whatever the case may be, like, you know, they're doing a great job, but it's going to be part of our identity and we like to be versatile.
With the potentially young quarterback, how much more, or does it apply more pressure to you kind of making those calls on the fly in a no huddle situation?
Yeah, I think that's just all part of the biggest part of the chemistry in general. You know, I'm going to make calls, but also at the same time, like it's all based on within the scheme. Like, you know, there's always a starting point to every play, but there's also an adjustment to every play. And it mostly relies on what the defense gives you and, you know, what your answers are to some different looks or different pressures and different scenarios in general upon the situations of the game. So I think, you know, it's not one person or the other. It's more so just the chemistry within both of us. And that's like the chemistry, how I talked about, like we're building now and, you know, we're doing a great job of it.
Tyler, one of the things that Cliff talked about with Jaden, they felt like he maybe was a little bit ahead with protections. Have you noticed that? Is there a time out there where you see maybe him being, for a rookie, being a little bit better?
Can you repeat the first part of it?
So Cliff told us that he felt like that Jaden was doing a really good job with protections.
Yeah.
But maybe a little bit further ahead. Have you noticed that? Is there times out there where you either heard him say some things or pointed out that more advanced than rookie?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you know, in my experience, like this is my first, like, you know, true rookie quarterback coming in. But I think in general, upon like how much knowledge and where he's at today, as in like, you know, coming, you know, he's working with the twos and the ones and the ones and the twos, and he's having different looks and different personnels and, you know, different centers at times too. And I think he's handling that great, honestly. But at the same time, like he's putting the work in, man. Like that man's working really hard, and you know, he's building the chemistry in the locker room too, getting to know one another and everything. And you can't say enough great things about him. Like, but no, he's putting the work in independently, you know, outside of the hours. But no, he's definitely growing every single day for sure. And yeah.
Tyler asked Coach Quinn about you earlier. You dropped the nickname Badass. Is that something you did?
Yeah.
Expect you on the line?
Yes, sir. No, 100%. No, I mean, you guys like it? Yeah, no, it's cool with me, man.
And obviously you spent time with DQ in Dallas, right?
Yeah.
So obviously different sides of the football, but both of you here, what is this franchise? What is this team getting in DQ?
You know, you're getting a great coach. I mean, he truly cares about you as a player and an individual off the field. I think, the biggest part about him is that he's the same person every single day. He's what you can expect, and he'll be that guy that always is striving to be great in all areas. And you can be real with him. And I think that's like the great thing about DQ is that, you trust that man and how he approaches the game, but also approaches life in general. And there's so many great clips of him putting stuff in team meeting rooms of how it correlates of where we're going and what direction we are as a team, but also doing the right things the right way off the field. And I think, you can't say enough great things to say about DQ. And, that was a huge part of even know why I'm here. And no, man, he's a great leader. Very blessed to have him.
Tyler, I don't know how much you know about maybe the history of the Hogs here in Washington, the greatest offensive lines ever. You guys had a very good line in Dallas. How eager are you guys to get on that field and be a tough, gritty, all-time great offensive line here under Coach?
No, it was great. I mean, it's funny you say that because, after yesterday's practice, we came in the locker room after, and just the energy we had, that was our first, opportunity to be 11 on 11, and we were competitive as hell, out on the field. So, but no, that was definitely a great moment for us because, we've been, taking it piece by piece throughout the stages of OTAs and phase 1 and phase 2, and DQ's been great with us along the way upon taking care of our bodies and everything. And, I came in the locker room and we sat down and just bullshitted for 30 minutes or, 40 minutes of just, how what was it out there? What did you feel on this block or whatever the case may be, or even on the defense side of the ball of hey, what'd you feel on that? How'd you read this or that? And, just building that brothership bond. I mean, and that's the beauty of our sport, and connecting with guys, that you didn't know a year ago or whatever. But everyone has that same mindset here, and everyone that wants to build that great foundation of a brand new start, to here. So.
That's why. Also working with Sam Cosme and whoever's going to be next to you on the other side. What is that adjustment like for you?
It's been great. I mean, I think, in my experience, it's always been to, build as much chemistry as you can with the person beside you. And I think in general, upon that relationship and how you build that is to get to know that person outside the building. And, in all of them, actually, not just Sam or Nick or, Andrew or, Dieter or Trent or Brandon that just came in as a rookie, all those guys and their whole line, we're damn near doing a O-line, kind of get together every week. So, I mean, we're truly building that foundation. But it's been great. We're in the building and we have group texts outside the building of different things that we can go to just to build our bond and build our chemistry as a group going into camp. And that's a great thing to have to start. And, just really grateful, for that opportunity to keep growing.
Thanks, Tyler.
What do you got? What do you got? He's doing great. No, I mean, and that's the thing. Coming in as a rookie, having this time is so crucial to them. But also having the rookie school in the afternoon hours. No, they're grinding, and I know Coach Johnson. He's giving them every time of the day they need. He's always answering questions and meetings, and he's doing a good job.
Awesome, thanks, Tyler.
See you guys.
Thanks, Vic. Nice to meet you.
That was Tyler Biades, man. Hey, Tyler Biades. What y'all got on Tyler Biades? And what's some of what he said? Get some reaction.
I'll go first. First and foremost, the guy is intelligent. Looking up on, just reading up on him a little bit. Some of the things he does in the community. I like his community work. He works with the Special Olympics, youth basketball teams, church retreats, camps, Pop Warner football games, stuff like that. A guy like Bieda, you heard him say, you got to work hard and, you got to push through. And he was talking about how fired up they were out there. I like the guy, one, because he's very intelligent. They asked him, how do you get better? He said, well, you go out there and ask for more reps. You do more reps. It's simple math. It's not rocket science when it comes to this. You want to be better, you put the work in to be better. And I like that from the guy. I also like excuse me. I also like his advice. Now he didn't say this during the interview, but he was interviewed when I was reading up on him. He was interviewed, and he was asked, "What advice would you give an athlete?" And he said, "Education comes first. Talent will only take you so far, but hard work will take you places you want to go. It ain't about how hard you can get hit." And no, he said it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. And this was said before he was brought to college, I believe. So he's had this mindset for a while. 3-year pro now, a guy who knows how to come in and actually work and take care of business. Like he said, hey, we was out there on 11-11. We was fired up. You know, we had a nice time out there. I like to hear stuff like that, especially from the guy who's going to be helping command the offense. That's good to hear from a guy like that in that manner. And a guy that has a sharp tool upstairs as well. You know what I'm saying? You need a guy like that in your room. I like Tyler.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Which I got on Tyler Biadasz?
I think Tyler Biadasz is I like this interview, I like the fact that they're not giving away too much, but I like what he was talking about as far as camaraderie, about how to mesh with the other players and stuff like that. Even the fact that they have a O-line chat, like just the O-line, you know what I mean? And that they're already blending and meshing together. And I feel like he's going to be one of the leaders on that offensive line, of course, because he does the offensive signal. So if he's the person that's enthusiastic about having a chemistry and a camaraderie, I'm very happy to hear that. But I ain't got much to say. I like his personality so far, though. I will say that I like the interview, man. It was a very enjoyable interview. He was real. He just brought real good energy.
I like the interview. I would say that what you want from your center, just historically, from what I hear, I haven't had the experience of having a varsity or high school center, but all of the centers that I've had in Little League, they have actually been smart. I think his interview was well processed. I think it was well answered. Simple things like when the interviewer asked him about the reps between him and Jaden Daniels, and he was like, "You just take snaps." I don't think it took a rocket science to come up with a formidable answer outside of what you actually realistically have to do. Hey, let's go take 20 snaps real quick so that we can get used to this. Oh, okay, well, you did this in college. Well, this is what we're doing right here. Or this is what I like doing. This is what you like doing. Just getting familiar. And the one thing about all of these camps and these interviews that I like right now is the fact that the veterans, guys like a Biadasz, who's not necessarily a veteran in a 7-8 year role, but being a starter, being a Pro Bowl, showing up. And again, a quarterback in the center has to have a relationship. None of these guys are taking this time to continue vacationing with their families, and I'll see you in June or July. I'll see you in July or August. You know what I'm saying? They're here working right now. And again, with the new staff, I think that everyone has bought in. Again, it has to translate to the field. I'll continue to say that until it does, but you need everyone to buy in for it to translate on the field. So right now, I like what I'm hearing so far. I'm very pleased to at least see that we have someone that's at least passionate about making sure that the quarterback stays on the right side. So again, he will, again, what you would say, Ro, he will be highly, and I mean highly, held responsible for the protection coverages if things are blown and things like that. So, I'd like to see that intelligence translated on the field.
Absolutely, absolutely. I agree with all of y'all. I actually like his personality. I've been kind of hard on all them former Cowboys. I don't like the fact he used to play for Dallas. I'm gonna keep it real now, but I can get beyond that because I do think that he is here to build something here. I don't think that any of those Dallas remnants, that Dallas love, I don't really think that that's what's going on here. I think he's here to build what he can build and build the legacy here. And that's normally my concern with anybody coming from Dallas or from another city that has an NFL team. Is it's a question of loyalty to me. I feel like his loyalty is with us. I genuinely feel that way.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, you know,
I agree with you.
I really like his personality, and I really do think he's trying to build whatever he can build with this team and this quarterback, and really make his way with what we have here. I think that he has put Dallas behind him.
So with that being said, real quick to the panel, are we welcoming him with the same opening arms that we welcome Landon with?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I
I
am
mean,
too.
I mean, I think that regardless of whether we like to or not, we have to. But I think that interviews, and again, for Rose, someone who's tough on him, I think before even hearing the interview, I was giving him a chance. I think with the interview, like I said, for me to see that there's some recognition in understanding what's going on, it didn't feel like in that interview at all he had a problem with the offensive playbook or understanding anything. That is also something that's a good spot. Coming from an offense that was number 1 or number 3 in the last couple of seasons, you do get concerns of, was it a system thing, or is it the player that is able to be smart enough to translate this in a real-time scenario? With Jaden doing a lot of things virtual reality wise, and again, we have to see how that translates in the NFL level. But by him doing those things, does he? And again, I believe when I listen to Adam Peters. I think Adam Peters, when he was speaking about Jaden on somebody's podcast, I can't remember, but something that I think I said to group, if I'm not mistaken. But nonetheless, Adam Peters was talking about how Jaden Daniels was also using the virtual reality stuff, and he thought that was cool. But they're also now installing. I think they've bought whatever it was. You know what I'm saying? So again, maybe other players are either, if not using this as a game, but just even maybe trying to process how the quarterback, because again, you need to be on the same page with your quarterback. So if your quarterback is doing this, maybe he's showing other players this. And again, I guess you can't give away all your tips and trades to the secrets, because all of these players may not be players for the duration of your career, but your center and your quarterback usually keep a long relationship. Again, that's not to say that that's always the case. Biades was just with Dak Prescott, but they didn't come into the league together. Biades really replaced the center that Dak was already with for a little while. This coaching regime is really liked by obviously other players around the league, yet alone other former Cowboys. So this staff, and the way that the energy is, like I said, what I told you guys about Detroit last year, how their practices look. Our practices look essentially the same exact way. You know what I'm saying? Right now, that does a lot for a NFL player who wants to get ready to play football during the season. It's not just work for some of these guys. It's really about the passion and the love of the game. And I think having practices like that shows you who's really about business and who's really here to, you know what I'm saying, to play the game. And they're two separate things, and you need to make sure you know the difference when you're building a team. I think Biades is the truth. I think Biades is the real deal for what he is, and I'd like to see him flourish in his position. Let's go, Biades.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I share those sentiments as well. Another presser coming up, Jamin Davis. We get to hear from Jamin Davis after all the speculation and talk. Let's see what Jamin Davis had to say.
What if I told you, okay, sorry, what if I told you man was 16 with 97 blocks that could shoot? He could shoot. Hold on. I want to know. Okay, so he made like a running tackle.
Let's get this mic on. Let's get the mic on for Jamin Davis.
Whatnot, I'm having a lot of fun with that so far. So,
with coming off the edge, what do you like about that, and how do you feel it might suit?
I feel like it's giving me a chance to just really cut it loose and just go hunt some quarterbacks, honestly. So, I'm like I said before, I'm having real fun with it right now, and just gonna see where this thing take me.
Is that something you had thought about in the past and you would like to do?
I mean, it was out there a little bit before, and I thought about it, but I mean, it's nothing that I never got an opportunity to do. So now, like, I'm gonna put my best foot forward.
With this being the last year, like, how much do you think about it? Does it weigh on you at all? I mean, as you're preparing for this season?
Not at all. Like I said before, it's just another chip on your shoulder. You go out there and you try to make some noise as much as possible, and hopefully you do what you can to stay here.
Joe Witt defense. He's already said some guys need to, get used to the way I coach. How does it feel?
Hard as hell, man. I like it. He a guy that's gonna come to work every day and do whatever he needs to do to make this defense and this team go in the right direction. So him, Dan Quinn, Coach Norton, everybody. I'm just, like I said before, I'm enjoying it.
Jamin, having a Bobby Wagner in that linebacking room, how do you tap into that knowledge, that wisdom, and all that experience he has?
I mean, I've been trying to pick his brain on and off the field, honestly. So it's real beneficial having a guy like that in the locker room and just learn as much as he can, learn as much as you can from a guy like that, and just sitting. So I'm picking up something as simple as his routine. Like just learning the things big and small and going from there to try to put your own thing to it.
Still early, obviously June, but just the nuances of this defense. Can you already tell it's going to be more physical, going to be faster? Can you explain that to us?
I mean, like Coach Witt said before, I mean, I don't think he was BSing around. He said it's a run and hit defense. So everybody just, like I always say, we try to run and play with our hair on fire, and that's something that they living up to right now.
When they signed Bobby Wagner, they get moving. Did you wonder where you would fit into this?
I didn't really pay attention to anything. I just knew whatever they wanted me to do, I was going to step up and put my best foot forward, like always.
How has Coach Perry been instrumental in helping you adjust to the role?
He's been extremely helpful, actually. We just been doing little things on the side, like doing extra drills at the end of practice and watching whatever film work so I can see what footwork that I need to possibly get there a step quicker than other guys. So he's having a guy like that on the staff is really beneficial, so you can hopefully try to go get his sack number.
Having a guy like Frankie on this defense who's a versatile, explosive player, what we kind of see from him, how do you think it's going to help this defense?
He got a lot of juice. That's somebody that he come to work every day and just play like his hair on fire. I mean, you having a guy like that in your room is just really beneficial because he pay attention to the little things like running on and off the field. So having a guy like Oos there is really beneficial.
Does this year, maybe new roles, rushing quarterback, whatever, does this feel like a fresh start, a new opportunity for your career?
Definitely. It's like out with the old, in with the new. You go in and you get a chance to now just brush everything off and just go ball out. So I'm enjoying it so far, like I said.
How's it working with Norton? How's he helped you?
He simplifies everything, man. He's a guy that, like with the rest of the coaches, he's gonna come and bring the juice every day, and that's the guy. Like as far as like on and off the field, he's gonna be there for you and just be almost like a father figure as well. So having a guy like that in the room is extremely helpful.
We talked a lot about like juice and energy and all that. How much can that help you?
I think it's gonna take you to a whole nother level, man. I mean, that's something that every team wants to, have a standard out there and whatnot. But when you actually go in and coming in and living by it, it takes everything to a whole new level.
What have you seen from your rookie quarterback, Jaden? What's impressed you about Jaden Daniels?
He got an arm, man. I feel like so far everybody's just buying in, and just a guy like that, he's doing what he needs to do to try to make sure that he's putting his best foot forward as well. So, I mean, as a team, we're going to do whatever we need to do to take this thing to the next level.
Did you have a tear in your eye when you saw the artificial turf was ripped up?
I mean, I seen it, and I was just like, wow, it finally is up out of here. But, I mean, other than that, we just gonna go out there and keep balling, man. It's just another distraction. It's out the way.
It's gonna be like presumably extra space to do whatever you guys need to do.
I guess so.
Well, is there a story behind your shoes, or are you just a McQueen fan?
Nah, man. I'm just a McQueen fan. Just some Crocs, dog. Nothing crazy. Thank you.
Jamie,
I'm sorry, real quick. I'm sorry. Do you hear how the media is? The way his shoes is, they thought something was wrong with the man's foot.
Yeah.
It's the reach. They reach more than Deladova. They reach more than Cleveland's Deladova.
Yeah,
The man said, I just like McQueen's. What's wrong with the man's shoes? I thought something was wrong with the man's foot.
That's crazy. That's crazy, though. That is
man
crazy.
was wearing Crocs though. It's not like he was wearing no out of the
Some
ordinary
Crocs,
shoes.
bro. Like what the man. Oh man, this media here is something.
Maybe his feet hurt shit after a long day of work.
It's just the media, but oh man.
Yeah,
that was goofy. But I will say this. I start out Jamin Davis, man. and this is the one thing I didn't want to say the whole time, but I'm glad I can say now from watching the interviews earlier. He looks like he might be the Micah Parsons. He might be in that role.
Leo, can I just say you took the words right out of my mouth, Leo? Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Oh,
So not even to cut you off, Leo. You remember when we were talking about it the other day, you felt like that was what his role was going to be. I don't feel like Luvu's role is to be the Parsons when he plays so well already behind the line of scrimmage. You know what I'm saying? You don't take a player's specialty and then turn it into a disadvantage by already putting him somewhere where he reads the football better from the second level. And he's fast enough and he's able to read through those lines to get to the behind the line of scrimmage. Jamin Davis was being put into the cover linebackers or cover the open space areas. And I think when in a pass rushing role, he's had pretty good success. He hasn't had sacks. He's hit the quarterback a pretty good amount of times in the percentage on when he does rush. It was just that he really wasn't given an opportunity to do that a lot. And I think that, again, what Dan Quinn alluded to when they tried to ask him as far as not signing Jamin Davis to his extra years, and does that do something for a player? I think he answered that very well. Hey, look, it's not necessarily about that. We want to see what these guys have, but we do know, and being honest, we do know how players perform in these particular situations. Yeah. So they also understand that, hey, I'm not picking up the 50th option because I don't want you to get comfortable. It's not about us not liking you or us not wanting to play you. This defense is going to have success whether you, Mr. Davis, like it or not. What you can do is assure yourself a role on this team by being a part of it. And again, I love every bit of the approach because it just means that everyone's taking their job seriously.
Yeah, no, I would definitely agree with that. I just looked at what he was saying about when they said that when Joe Witt first said about that he's a fast guy that can bend, pause, no homo, whatever, whatever you're gonna call it. But he's a fast guy that can bend, and that right there on the edge is something that you want from an edge rusher. You want somebody that can hit the corner, drop that shoulder and get around the left tackle or right tackle. And so if you got Jamin Davis and you got him blitzing the quarterback at a larger percentage, maybe that's why we didn't draft the edge rusher, because we have a edge rusher, Jamin Davis, somebody that might be able to do what Parsons was doing. You also seen Joe Witt talk about the versatility that Jamin Davis will need sometimes, and also, also Dan Quinn say, hey, sometimes we got him with this people, sometimes we got him with that people, and for Micah Parsons to be as effective as he is, they had to have done that as well. So so far it's looking like Jamin Davis might have the Micah Parsons role, or maybe Luvu and Jamin Davis have that role. Maybe it's just not one person. Maybe they're going to upgrade it, to where two people have that same role because they can get the same stuff out of both people.
And I agree with you with that because it also saves money at the end of the day in comparison to what's going on in Dallas. If you got Amir Parsons out of this defense, you got to pay a lot of money. And if you got dominant players at certain positions, if we share the workload and the team shares 2 or 3 people that have 7 or 8 sacks, you don't have to pay a lot of money to the one player that has 17, 18 sacks. And that doesn't mean that no one shouldn't shoot for that. I would love to see a 17, 18 sack performance with this team. That would just be phenomenal in my opinion.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I agree with that. No, I'm just gonna agree with that point Vito was making about the 17, 18 sacks. That would be massive.
Yeah, I like it. Like Leo said, potentially being Micah Parsons. The guy is 6'3". He's tall. He's still the fast guy that we drafted. He's still the guy that can play. What's his name? Yeah, he's sideline. But what's the name with Wagner will more than likely be the Mike, and he'll be the Sam. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna be coming in blitzing, and he can't handle the blitz. I'm literally going back to his film in college and looking at him blitz the quarterback. He's pretty good at blitzing the quarterback, and his eyes don't get weary in that backfield. I mean, here lately, I was watching him play some of the highlights of his seasons as a Redskin under Ron Rivera, and Ron Rivera would complain about him a lot, but Ron didn't know how to use him neither. You know what I'm saying? He's a hell of a Mike linebacker, like in coverage and everything. He's picking people off, taking them to the house. That was one of the things we were excited about when he came here. So the fact that he's going to be able to do a mixture of all of those things that he's good at, being a Sam, sometimes mixing it up under preseason, he's going to be playing Mike. Going to show you he's still a good Mike linebacker. So like, I can't wait to see him mix it up under Joe Witt and Quinn. That's what I can't wait for. Yeah.
I'm definitely a Jamin Davis fan. I like the fact that he wasn't shy about saying that he's trying to pick up as much as he can from Wagner. I think that was a really good sign that he wants to mature. He recognizes a guy who's been doing it for years, and some of the young guys are hard-headed, especially nowadays. Boy, these youngers be hard-headed. They know it alls. They a whole bunch of other things, but I don't catch that with him. I catch somebody who is humble and wants to learn and knows that it's a lot to his game that he could get better at and that he could work on. Like he said, sometimes we sit back, we work on some things like footwork, we watch film, we watch other players. I think all of those, I haven't heard him say those things under Rivera. He never talked about those types of things under Rivera. He never talked, and I could be wrong. So forgive me if I'm wrong. If he did say, well, we were staying after practice under Rivera, and y'all go find an interview and then y'all hit up one of our pages like, oh, yeah, you said this. My bad. I've never heard it. So just with that being said, just to hear him talk about his game and trying to grow his game and trying to grow, just like Tali Biade said, a lot of Dan Quinn teaching about how to treat your body, what to do as far as keeping your body a certain way. These things are things that I think will keep people from getting hurt, will keep people from being confused on the field, not knowing what they should do, not knowing how to protect themselves, and things of that nature. So I am extremely excited about what I'm hearing out of Jamin Davis. I do think he has that Micah Parsons potential. Go ahead.
2022 season, 2022-23 season, he had 104 tackles, 9 tackles for loss, 5 QB hits, 3 sacks, 2 fumble recoveries, and 1 pass breakup. That's pretty decent.
Yes, no, those are great.
Pretty decent daggone numbers right there, man.
Those are good stats.
Yeah.
Those are good stats.
And I think they're gonna be better, to be honest.
Nah, I don't think they're gonna be better than that.
No, not tackles, not tackles. Listen to me, not tackles, but it will be sacks, and he's gonna have an interception or 2 or added to that.
I like him in coverage too, though. I think he's better than Parsons in coverage. To be honest,
yeah, he is.
Parsons is better than him at rushing the passer, but I think he's better than Parsons at coverage.
Yeah, but I think that just listening to his role is not going to be at coverage as much because he was at coverage quite a bit last year.
I agree with that.
Well, he's not going to have to cover so much because of the safety room that we got. You know what I'm saying? These guys are coming down in the box and everything, so he's not going to have to cover as much with the safety room that we got. Remember they were saying we can sometimes go ahead 3-set safeties.
If they line him up at the edge, then he's not going to be always a linebacker anyway. And if you can get him on the edge and then Frankie Louvu and Bobby Wagner in the middle, and you still got Payne, Allen, and whoever else on the other side, you could say Dorrance Armstrong, you could say Colin Farrell, you could say anybody on the other side. That's a decent. It should be at least a decent front seven. Especially if Jamin Davis' only responsibility on that set or on that play is to rush the quarterback.
I can see that. I can see that. But I still think he's going to get more playing time probably than what we are anticipating. I think he might turn out to be a weapon. Let me say that. I think he could easily turn out to be a massive weapon.
Yeah, bro. Let's not forget his speed. He was one of the fastest people out of the linebackers out of the draft when he came out.
Yes, he was.
Still got that speed.
Still got that speed. And
Yeah.
I think Witt, that's why they putting him in that role, because they like, okay, he can run a little bit. And so that means he can get to the passers where we've seen what Witt and them can do with Parsons, for instance, who can run too.
Yeah, and he might be slightly on the time, but not that big of a difference. Parsons 6'5", he's 6'3". You know.
Parsons 6'5".
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Ain't no big. It's not a big difference. 2 inches.
Yeah, it ain't no big difference. You know what I'm saying? So, and his speed gonna equate for that. He can get around you quicker.
Nah, 6'5" is a difference, I would say, because when you got somebody 6'5" as opposed to 6'3", most of the time their arms are a little longer, and that may help them in pass rush situations. But what they were saying about Jamin Davis, I think, is just he get around that edge so fast. So I mean, I don't think that it's going to be as much of a big difference. But as far as size wise, I mean, I'm taking 6'5", especially with Micah Parsons being like 240 something like that, 250.
Right. That's big boy. That's big.
I mean, how I'm not now. Don't take this as I'm comparing him, but how tall is Von Miller?
Von Miller like
6'3", 6'4".
I think 6'4".
Yeah, Von Miller is 6'4".
How tall is Khalil Mack? He like 6'3".
Khalil Mack is 6'3".
You know what I'm saying? So it's about your ability, not your size. It's about what you're able to do out there. And I think he's gonna be able to do wonders this year in the system.
To be honest, they patterned Micah Parsons after Khalil Mack. If you think about what Khalil Mack was doing when he first came in the league, and the fact that he was playing all them different positions and linebacker, edge rusher, they put him in the middle, put him here, there. I mean, he's been patterned after Micah Parsons been patterned after somebody like Khalil Mack. We wasn't seeing that with a lot of other talents that came into the league.
He was patterned after Khalil Mack.
Yeah, I think he was patterned after Khalil Mack.
I don't know about that.
Go look at Khalil Mack.
He's just a little bit more freakish than Khalil, but his game, the way they played him, I'm talking about the way that they played him. They played him all around the field like Khalil.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like what they did with the player. Like if you think about the defense, the way that Khalil Mack was moved around the defensive line, moved around linebacker, they literally played him everywhere on that front seven. The same way that they're doing Micah Parsons. Who was doing that before Khalil Mack?
It's quite a few players. Lawrence Taylor to come to mind. To be honest.
Well, you could say that.
LeVar Arrington, they did it with too a little bit too when he was here.
Nah, he wasn't playing. He didn't play D tackle.
Not tackle. No, yeah, he might have not tackle. Maybe not tackle, but they used to move him around quite a bit.
But I'm talking about like they put
Lawrence Taylor didn't have a position. Lawrence Taylor could just go and do whatever he wanted to do on any play. Literally, he could just line up.
I don't remember Lawrence Taylor playing D tackle either.
He'll go get in between the tackles that was in position in the 3-point stance and just rush in the middle.
That's still Mike linebacker. He still was a Mike at that.
He wasn't anything. He literally had no position. And Belichick basically called 10 players. He would call his defense as 10 players and let Lawrence Taylor do whatever he wanted to do.
But I'm talking about where you think about where he still was lined up. He still had a spot to either, not like he had to line up there, but he still had a spot, and that spot was still Mike linebacker.
No, he was an edge. He was an edge in the.
No, I'm saying when you talking about when he was in the middle though.
Carl Banks was there. Mike linebacker was there. Middle.
No, I'm saying when he was in the middle, when he came down in the middle near the tackles to blitz, he was still, you would essentially call that a mic. He wasn't
You would still have your mics there though. You would still have your mics behind him.
Yeah, I mean, but
that's why I'm saying that. Taylor did, which Taylor was a different case. Bill Belichick literally said he had no position. He could do whatever he wanted to do. We didn't even coach him. We just said, go out there, do what you want to do on this play. Don't jump off sides.
It's cocaine, baby.
the effects of drugs on the field, right?
I mean, and he was not the only one. It was basically the whole league. The whole league was high on cocaine at that point.
Dex was. That was our Lord's Taylor. Dex was a beast too, though. Shout out to Dex.
I was about to say, y'all forgot about Dex. Y'all forgot about Michael Irvin. Come on, man. Straight mamas off that coat.
I heard a story about Dexter, man. They talk about he used to bang on all the lockers and bang on all the walls before the game, so they already knew he was already going. He was going to go hit somebody. That was Doug Williams today, actually. Doug Williams.
Dex say he threw his Super Bowl ring in the Anacostia somewhere.
Wow.
For real. That's what he said he did. He said he was got a little perturbed, got a little inebriated, and threw it over the daggone bridge. And threw his Super Bowl ring over the bridge.
Never get it back.
And
I heard a different story, but I ain't gonna put it out there.
I'm gonna tell you what's funny about Dex. In the strike year,
I'm about to go back.
Joe Gibbs basically told all the players in the strike year, hey, I want whatever y'all do, y'all need to be together. So if y'all striking, y'all gonna strike and stick together. If y'all playing, y'all gonna play and together. But y'all as players, y'all can't do both. I'm not gonna have some players come back, other players stick around. Some players, we're not having none of that. If you're going to strike, you're going to strike with your teammates. And so about maybe 2 or 3 weeks into the strike, Dex called Joe Gibbs, say, man, I don't care what they want to do. I'm coming back to get my check. And Joe Gibbs said, no, you're not either. No, you're not. No, you're not coming back, Dex. And so Dex the Manly tried his best to come back during that strike season, and Joe Gibbs wouldn't let him. And I'm going to tell y'all the true story as to what happened and how much of a mastermind Joe Gibbs was by telling Dexter Manley that. What happened in that was the Cowboys had players come back, and their coach, I believe it was Tex Stram. Tex Stram allowed players to come back. Allowed them to come back, and it created a really big gap in their locker room because some players called them sellouts, called the players who came back and played sellouts. And if you remember in the replacement game for Redskins fans, y'all don't know, it was a movie made out of the game. So if y'all don't know about the game, you need to know about it. In the replacement game, that's what the Redskins, who had no players play, all backups, because Joe Gibbs made the team stand unanimous in striking. And the replacement game, the Cowboys who had half of their team came back. They had starters out there, actual NFL starters, lost to the Redskins in Texas Stadium to a bunch of replacements. And that season, and that strike season, when the strike was over, we end up winning the Super Bowl that season. Dallas end up losing. I don't even think they made the playoffs because of the split that was in their locker room. I believe that's what ultimately cost Tex Stram his job, and why they had to go get, when Jerry Jones eventually came in after. That talk cost Tex Stram the franchise. I believe that split ultimately cost him the franchise, even though they were in some debt, and he had to sell it to Jerry Jones. But I believe that had a lot to do with it. So just to talk about Dex the Manly, that's how wild Dex was. Dex was going to do his own thing, Dex was going to do his own thing, And so just shout out to everybody out there listening to the Nature Sports Podcast. Just wanted to give y'all some inside Redskin information for those that don't know. But the replacement game, y'all go watch that. But yeah, Jamin Davis, overall, I think that he's going to get a lot more pass rushing opportunities, like y'all said. I believe that this is going to benefit too. I believe they're going to get a lot out of him. Jamin Davis is not a small guy, no foul. And he can handle some of that line stuff that they got going on up there. So I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see it. Let's get Quan Martin in for a quick interview here. Let's get Quan Martin. We haven't heard nothing from Martin all season. You know, just getting a chance to hear something from the guys who we haven't had an opportunity to hear anything from yet. So we're gonna get Quan Martin up next. We'll get Quan Martin up here on the Next Sports Podcast. Get Martin up. Just make sure the volume good. All right, let's go, Quan Martin. See what you got to say.
Really wherever I fit in. Lately, I've been doing a lot of safety, but haven't been moving a whole lot. So primarily safety, but no, just wherever I'm needed at, to be honest.
Coach Witt talked about guys have to get used to my style of coaching. Have you noticed that?
Oh yeah, nah, he gonna be out there. He gonna be yelling. He ain't gonna do too much yelling when we on the field, but man, he's a aggressive coach. You know, he wants us to run fast, hit people hard, and just fly around, man, and make plays.
You know, over the last couple of weeks, a lot of the players have been talking about the differences, just the vibe, the energy this coaching staff has brought in. What are some of the kind of the subtle nuances you've noticed, just the differences with how they're coaching defensively, what it's looking like taking shape?
Man, just the small details, just getting us prepared, just to be better players, just teaching us the game, and just learning the ins and outs to help us like play faster and just learn the defense.
Is a Illinois takeover going on here with Johnny Newton on board now?
Yeah, man, we're trying to get some more guys in here.
What do you think of the defense overall, though? Just the scheme, what you guys?
Man, it's great defense, great scheme. I feel like Coach Witt and Coach Quinn has put us in a great position, man. And just he say feed the studs. So just let those guys up front hunt, and guys in the back end go get after it.
How much more do you think you guys are back when you're doing pre and post snap? How different are you?
Just move around, man. This game is full of a bunch of smart quarterbacks. So just trying to confuse the quarterback before the ball is snapped and help us out.
It seems like the practice seems almost louder than last year. Coach Witt was just saying he wants you guys to be chatty, and it seemed like a lot of guys were talking. I don't know if we smack, but just does it seem louder? More?
No, yeah, definitely. Coach Witt talk about just being a chatty defense. So, man, it's no reason to hold in information, man. If we can communicate, let the guy next to me know like what's going on, and it'll help us play faster and be a better defense.
I know he's on the other side of the ball, but what are your early thoughts on Jaden Daniels?
The guy can throw the ball. I mean, he's smart, he's fast, he's quick, he can throw the ball. So just having him back there and adding him to our offense is going to be explosive.
Is there a play that even in UTA where he's made this?
I want to say it was the deep ball he threw to B-Rob on the sideline. It's like dropped it right in the bucket. That was a great pass.
How different does it feel? I mean, during the offseason, you're watching your organizations flip, right?
Right.
Three coaches now. You have to be wondering, what are we getting? What are you getting? What do you got?
Man, we got a great coaching staff, man. It's just guys. We got a lot of new guys on the team as well, so they've been big on just building connections and just getting closer to the guys you're going to be on the field with, and just those off-the-field connections that help us play better on the field. So,
Probably just how many new guys have been in here, how different does it feel? Like, you guys feel like bonded a lot since maybe the team feels like it's been together longer than it actually has?
Yeah, it definitely gives us that feel, man. Like, if you guys just walked in, you would have thought we been together 2 or 3 years, man. But, like I said, coach is big on, like, the communication and just bonding so that it just helps us play better.
You and Emmanuel obviously came in together last year.
Right.
What have you noticed about him this year, both on the field and just maybe his mental approach coming into this year?
Right, just taking that next step, man. We're definitely not rookies anymore. So just being able to take that next step and just add to our game and just make that jump from year 1 to year 2.
All right, thanks.
Cool.
Thanks,
appreciate it.
We got one more. Might as well We'll wait. We go to that one next. Quan Martin, what y'all thought about Quan Martin?
I mean, I like this interview. You know, he seemed to be engaged into the defense. And one thing about him that I like that he said is that he's willing to do whatever the coaches ask him, but primarily he's been at safety so far. He said that Joe Witt got on him about not communicating. And I've heard Joe Witt say that they want them to be a chatty defense. So communication is going to be one of his main keys. From what it looks like, and from what I've been hearing at camp, it's looking like he may play the free safety, the Earl Thomas role, you know? And if he's going to play that Earl Thomas role, he's going to have to really develop a whole lot this year. Some big shoes to fill.
I agree to that. But I do think that he's qualified. I think that he got enough dead to be able to do it and do it well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm confident in him. You know, obviously they went over the film and they seen that he may be the most effective person in that situation. But you never know. Like, this may be the whole throw off, you know, because one thing Joe Witt said is that we're not going to reveal what we're doing, you know, and he knows that there's eyes watching, that there's film, that there's cameras out there. So maybe Forrest is Earl Thomas, and we gonna come out week 1, and Forrest gonna be the Earl Thomas of it. Because right now it does look like Jeremy Chin is gonna play the strong safety role, the Cam Chancellor role. And he will be coming down in the box a little bit, or whatever the case may be, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
it's what he did in Carolina as well.
Yeah, I can see that. What you Big Son? What you got on Quan Martin?
Man, y'all know Quan Martin. That's my guy. I really like the pick when we got him, and to see his development over the years. I think when we put him back there, if they choose to use him in that free safety role, I think he's going to flourish even more. I can remember his first season with us in the preseason and how good he looked. You know what I'm saying? And he was mainly playing that free safety role. He had got a pick against was that the Ravens? Was that the Raven game? Or I think we just got Quan last year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just got him last year. So I believe that was I forget. It may have been the Ravens game. He was at free safety. The play broke down and the guy was free downfield. He got right downfield and picked him off right in the corner, the end zone. So I think the guy's ready to perform at that level, whatever level they want to have him perform at. He was rated, I think he was rated the number 1 PFF safety in college when he came out. Yeah, so I think the boy is ready and primed for, and he has the perfect teacher to teach him how to do so. You know, with Quinn and Joe Witt. So I really love the fact that he has somebody to cater to what he does, and is also going to help his buddy out that came in with him, Forbes. So I like it, man. I like the interview, and I like Quan Martin. So yeah, I don't really have nothing bad to say right now.
Yes, indeed. Vito, what you got on Martin? What you thought about the interview?
Interview was good. I don't know. I'm a little 50-50 on it. Like, you know, it was a good interview either way. I just do think that it sounded like he wasn't progressing at the same speed that I would think some of the other guys are. At the same time, it doesn't make it a bad interview. I also think that it means that teaching is going on and that guys are actually learning something. So that also is a good point as well. I also think that his responsibility coming into this season is going to be a lot different than it was last year, because I think he'll see a lot of different scenarios. So right now, you know, I think it's good. It's a good look. You know what I'm saying? I think the interview was good. I'll keep it short. He is one of my players that I do think is probably one of the most versatile on our defense right now, saying as though he's a safety and can play corner. That gives you a lot of opportunity to get on the field. So it's very important to see his growth and maturation coming into the year. Glad he's learning some stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I like what he said. I think that Quan Martin is a wild card. I think he's a wild card because I'm not sure other teams know about him the way that we know about him. And we only know about him as far as what we know about him is because he shot off the film. And so when you think about this defense, I like, of course, when you think about Chin, I know Chin will add a lot, and a lot of people are excited about Chin. I'm excited about Chin too. But I can't wait to see Martin and Force out there together. I cannot wait to see Martin and Force out there together because I think that they could do a lot together. Even if they're out there with Martin, Force, and Chin. Hey, put them all out there together. I would, I just can't wait to see those guys lock in the way they supposed to together. So I like everything I heard out of Martin in the interview. I think that one thing that struck me about his interview that I've unanimously, we heard all of them say is Jaden Daniels can sling the football. Jaden Daniels can sling the football.
Yeah.
So that's something that unanimously all the guys are taking to it. So I'm excited to see what they're doing with Daniels. Let me ask y'all this. If y'all had to guess, we heard Kingsbury talk. We heard Zach Ertz talk as well. Then we just heard from Davis and Martin. And we heard from Tyler Biadasz. Who do y'all think is going to be better this year, the offense or the defense?
I'm sorry, I ain't even mean to laugh at that like that. What do you mean?
Defense.
To me, there's way more experience on defense, coaching wise. There's way more veterans on defense, player wise. I just would have to believe you have to think that would be your more experienced unit, regardless of what the offense does. And even if the offense does well, I think the defense would probably be even more motivated to do just as good if the offense is. Bobby Wagner is not going to be outdone by a rookie quarterback. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I just believe that if the offense is doing that well, he's going to be even more stoked to get these guys to be on their top level of playing. It's no way in the world I could possibly see, even if he was on the sideline and somebody else had to be the middle linebacker. And no speaking that into existence. I'm just saying there's no way I could see him not having those guys like extremely ready to play football at a high level if the offense is doing numbers like that we could be talking about week to week, week in and week out.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, D. I think the defense is going to be a lot better, but I do think it's going to be close. I don't think that the defense is going to if this was like a point system, the defense wouldn't like 21-0. It'll be 24-21. I think the offense is going to show up as well. I think Jaden Daniels is going to show up like I said, as long as they stay healthy. But the advantage that the defense has is that they got depth at just about every position. They got some decent depth. They got starters.
Some depth at everything. Maybe not offensive line don't have the depth that I would like it to have.
But they got like starter level players almost at every position in depth on the defense. Like, think about it. If you think about Janet Davis,
I think at safety they do.
Janet Davis was a starter.
They have it at
and linebacker.
They got it at they have it at cornerback too. Even though we have not seen the production in the room yet, if you think about Michael Davis and his length and what Dan Quinn and Witt want to do at that position, he has the size and the resume to suggest that not a shutdown corner, but that he can be very good in that system. St. Juice has had a decent system, a decent year with us in a season where Rivera and Del Rio jobs weren't on the line. Not a season where you feel like he's a top 5, top 10 lockdown corner, but you have competition in that room at an extreme level. Noah Igby is a reach, if in my opinion, but I also think that he has some length and some ball skills. Forbes, you don't know what you can have. You're that's your wild card there at cornerback because you're not sure.
But even though he is a starter level though, that's what I'm saying. Like you
No. What I'm saying. Well, so to be fair in the argument, he's starter level because that's who we drafted, and Kendall Fuller was being used as a slot to try to help us be a little bit better there. So he had to start. But he was benched a few times last year. So what I'm saying is that
but even though with him being benched, bro, he still had the third most interceptions or whatever the case may be on the team. He still did a little bit
have
of
a
what
lot
we
of
wanted him to do.
I'm just giving some even pros and cons for the argument. I'm saying that yes, he was third on the team, fourth on the team in interceptions, but we didn't turn the ball over like that. We were almost last or close to last in creating turnovers. So that's not a hip hooray for him either. And because you're benched on a team that's essentially giving up, it says one of two things. It says one, you may either be trying to play well because you don't want to be embarrassed and we don't need you going out there trying, or two, it suggests that maybe you need some work or this system isn't working for you. I am saying that let's just project that that's the worst season you get from him is his rookie year. That means that even at his worst, without safety help in a lot of situations where there are blown coverages and stuff like that, that this defense and the coordinators aren't going to allow for that many mix-ups. Every team has them, but you won't see them as often as we had them last year. Let's hope for that. So I'm saying with at least your top 3 to 4 cornerbacks, you have immediate competition right there. And then they've brought in some other guys. 2 of the undrafted guys I really like. Jaquan Martin is a gift to be able to switch and play cornerback as well as safety once Forrest is healthy and you know what you can get from him. And because I don't think his contract was picked up either as far as the extension year, so you have him that's going to want to get on the field and show what he can do. So once he's healthy, and it looks like Dan Quinn is allowing guys to get healthy to show what they can do, so I think that you'll get a player that we all seem a little excited about his abilities and his playing style, that if once he's healthy and can get on the field, if you can't get what you would like from Martin at safety, or if Sanders still is having some difficulties at cornerback and you need Martin there, you can always go to how deep you are at safety. But again, with that being the same thing with cornerback, I still hadn't mentioned Sanders still in that room at all. And Sanders still is probably a day one starter as well at the slot. I think when we went over the depth chart, he's number 1 at the slot corner. So you have some guys that can win the room over, but I think that there's competition in depth, like Leo said, at linebacker. There's the same thing. I don't know if we're as deep as we were a year or 2 ago because you had a lot of guys who weren't guaranteed to be the guys. I think with having a Bobby, because I don't believe I know who our backup middle linebacker is.
Right.
2 years ago, we always kept 2 middle linebackers, even though we were running a 4-3, maybe 3 middle linebackers, because the guy that was the starter wasn't always a Bobby Wagner or a London Fletcher type of level. And I don't think it's as important to have a immediate backup, and maybe McGee plays that role. Maybe
I think it's going to be Louisville.
Well, Louisville can't be that and on the field at the same time. I think that if I'm going to be fair, like I said, when Roe does, because sometimes Roe does the advocate thing like me. If I'm fair, let's go to the sense that Bobby Wagner is older, and yes, he is a very healthy and stable player. So you're usually able to count on him all of the time. Jamin Davis just said that they were rolling out the old artificial turf. So guess what? I'm also happy that we're got rid of that stupid field. You know what I'm saying? So maybe those injuries of the past don't happen. It's the same way that they used to. But let's just say that Bobby Wagner goes down. If you put Louisville there, who's your next linebacker up? If you put McGee right there, the offside linebacker, then now you're starting a rookie and a Jamin Davis who's in a option role as far as his contract. Do we worry because you don't have Wagner on the field as a captain? Like there's just things that could be concerns when they're brought up, but right now I think they're very, very likable for what we have right now.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, even with that, when you think about that, if you do got to start Jordan McGee, more than likely you don't start him as your Mike. You might start him as your Mike, depending on how well he develops throughout the year behind Bobby Wagner and when Bobby Wagner gets hurt. But let's say that he's not developed right now. You can still put Jamin Davis right there because he's played Mike linebacker. You still have options. There's endless options in that situation. That's what I'm saying. We got starter level as backups almost at every position on the defense.
I don't know. Offensive line, I think could use some help.
All right, hold up. Well, if that's the case, think about your offense.
Stromberg, you think Stromberg is an all-star level?
Huh?
You think Stromberg is all-pro level?
No. He's
our backup center.
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about on the defensive side. So I said if you switch to the offensive side, Stromberg isn't to me a starting level center right now. I mean, he might have developed, and this is the thing. I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt a little bit because this is the off season and maybe they develop throughout the year. But let's say if we get what we got last year, we seen what we've seen so far. Stromberg isn't going to be a good center. Let's go.
Say he's not gonna be good.
Let's go to wide receiver. If we take off Terry McLaurin, listen, we take out Terry McLaurin right now, right? Is Jahan Dotson a number one?
I don't know. I think he could be. I think it's potential there.
I mean, but is he a solidified number one?
We don't know. We never seen him in that role.
I haven't seen it.
Does he have the talent to? The question is, does he have the talent to be such? And I do believe he do.
I think the only position we really got like that is tight end. And that's if Ben Sinnott works out. I mean, and maybe running back because Austin Eckler and Brian Robinson, I really do like that tandem right there. Both of them, I think that's they're interchangeable a little bit right there in that situation. I don't know what Christian Gonzalez, because I think he's number 3 on the depth chart right now, so I don't know what he does. If he does develop that way, I don't know. But on the defense, you just got so much more. So I just think the defense won't have a better year. But I think the offense won't be explosive just because of Jaden Daniels, A good quarterback changed a lot about our offense.
Okay. I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to say the offense. Because I feel like even if you say to Quinn, hey, we don't know what you're going to do with the personnel that you have in Washington, but we sort of know what system you want to run. We know what you like to do. It's some film on you. It's some more thing. It's no film on Jaden Daniels as an NFL quarterback. They are starting 1,000,000% fresh. So they really can catch people off guard. Cliff Kingsbury's never been an offensive coordinator in the NFL. So we don't know. Literally, they have no idea what they're going to do.
Good shit, Trey. Good shit. Yes, I did. Okay.
They have no idea what they're going to do. So that's a side of it that I think is overlooked. Is that they're starting 1,000,000% fresh. So I'm gonna say the juggernaut in the room the same way you got Bobby Wagner on the other end, and I'm not comparing these two. I'm not saying that there's no comparison here, but I'm gonna take Tyler Biadasz. We was asking who is going to be the enforcer on the offense. That's what we asked on Monday. If y'all remember, who would be the enforcer on the offense on Monday? I'm gonna say it's Tyler Biadasz. It sounds like it to me. They call him Badass, right? That's what he said. That was his nickname. Badass. That's what they said his nickname was. He asked if we liked it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Dan Quinn said.
I mean, we can't forget about our enforcer that was here before him.
Big Trent.
Nah. Trent been gone.
Oh, you
Come
talking
on,
about
last year.
who was the enforcer on offense last year?
Sam Cosme.
I don't know if I gave him the enforcer level.
Hey, his numbers say it.
Sam Howell got beat up.
It wasn't because of Sam. It wasn't because of Cosme.
I wouldn't call him the enforcer. I don't think he played. If he was, he didn't play the role well. Wiley was supposed to be
Hey,
the
Leo,
enforcer.
wasn't he like the fourth guard? Then you put that in the chat.
What'd you say?
Wasn't he like the fourth guard? Then you put that in the chat.
Yeah. He was like the second, I think.
He was the second.
So you would say that Biades was an enforcer?
No, not Biades. Cosme.
Cosme was the enforcer last year. That's what you would say?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say his stats said.
Huh?
No, I mean PFF. He was like number 2 on PFF.
But was he the enforcer for the offense last year?
Our offense was trash. No, nobody was an enforcer.
That's what I
got
said.
sacked 63 times or something like that.
Right.
We was garbage.
Right.
Which was 20 of them was his fault as well.
Man, regardless of whose fault it is, we didn't have a force on the offense to enforce. We was bad. We was bad on the offense. We was bad on the defense.
Yeah, that's my sentiments on it. That is my sentiments on it for sure. So we're gonna get into something new, right? Something different. And I don't know why this hasn't been discussed. We're gonna be the first ones to discuss it. I think it's been a couple articles written about it, maybe Washington Post or a couple other stuff, but it hasn't really been any in-depth discussion on this topic here. So I want to just throw something up here, just so that we could kind of discuss what we got going on as far as the name of the field. So for those who don't know, this FedEx Field is not going to be FedEx Field anymore. FedEx has taken their name off of it, so they're not messing with us no more. It's going to be Commanders Field. That is the name, official name they've chosen. I don't understand why nobody's reporting on this or nobody is talking about it, but I figured we'll throw the subject out there because I think it does need to be addressed. How do y'all feel about Commanders Field as the name?
I don't think they plan on being there long, so I don't think that they care. So if they move to say they just wanted to name a quick name, something that's going to be there for a little minute, Commanders Field is what they want to go with. Because of the name change thing, I really think that they understand that there's not a high approval rate on the name Commanders as it is. So I don't think they're trying to stay out in Maryland very long. I think that their plan is to move back into DC to RFK. So I think that they understand that this is a temporary thing. So naming it after the team that there is right now, I think that that's okay. I think that's okay. I mean, it was FedEx Field, and FedEx, who cares about FedEx in football, right?
Right.
Say it again. My bad.
No, I said. Oh no. Okay, go ahead.
I was saying, like, who cares about FedEx, the name? Like, FedEx has nothing to do with football at this point, right?
FedEx was trash. FedEx
was just a company.
Yeah, and honestly, the name. First of all, Commanders ain't a good name for the football team. So Commanders Field just doesn't even sound right. But whatever. In 2026, I don't think we're going to even be there. So I could care less right now about that. I want the product on the field to be better. I don't think this is a long-term solution to the team name. It's legally just what we have to deal with at the moment. I would love for it to change before this season started, but that's a very high hope. We've got a new roster, new coaches, new players. I think we doing it a little at a time. So hopefully this is the only year we got to do this. But right now, go Commanders Field. I mean, we need to win at home. I'm not going to even sit here and pretend that the name thrills me, but we need to win at home. And I'll call it home stadium right now. Maybe it'll still be FedEx for a little while. But right now at Commanders Field, as it seems, we need to be able to win there.
I agree with that part. What you got, Big Son, on Commanders Field?
I ain't give a damn about a Commander's Field. It's all about RFK, baby. We got to wake that voice. We got to wake that gravel voice up. Get these guys right around here and let them know the history that they stand on. You know what I'm saying? And what better way to do that than to bring it back to RFK? Because I'm with Vito. What the hell is a Commander's Field? What do you mean, Commander Field, bro? Like, no. Even the defenders got a Audi field. We got to put some field behind this. Commander's Field. Are y'all serious? The name is already bad. Now y'all go do something like this.
Now, what I will say is that, interesting enough, I believe that this may be a way for Josh Harris to capitalize financially on all ticket sales. He doesn't get paid from someone, so right now they have to actually win at home for a sponsor to want to sponsor this team at this particular venue.
That part I do agree with. Josh Harris gonna have to prove himself for them to get a sponsor.
So, with that being said, I think Commander's Field is very bad. It's just utterly ugly. It's I think it might be more ugly than Mankind's face when he jumped off the top of the cage in WrestleMania on them tacks.
I mean,
You know what I'm saying? But
some way it will be, because if you think about it, like I said, if they lose or if they have a losing record at home, that threatens them being able to get a sponsor, and that also threatens having a available free agent budget, because some of that money is going to have to go to upkeep and paying players, because let's be honest, some ticket sales are a part of revenue that they use to cover, you know what I'm saying, cover things for the team, salary included, you know what I'm saying? And if you can't sell, and again, a lot of that money from the sponsor via FedEx Field or anybody else that would sponsor your field, you're getting $20 million a year, $40 million a year, $30 million a year. You know, so I think FedEx was like a $200 and something million contract, and that was for 20 something years. But again, you're still talking about $20 to $25 million a year that you're getting just to have this name on your stadium. I think it's important, like I said, to win. If you don't win at home, it may have a different look that you are not expecting.
Yeah.
What interesting question, real quick. So say we do start winning and doing our thing. Which prominent brand or outfitters would be good upkeepers of the brand? They start winning.
If I don't know about you or y'all, but I started off with, maybe I'll be a little candid here, but I would go holler at Washington Post.
That's Jeff Bezos own him.
And exactly. And Jeff Bezos doesn't own the team, and that beef was between you and Daniel Snyder. Josh Harris was not responsible for blocking anything to do with Jeff Bezos. I would look for Amazon to be a sponsor.
I don't think that would happen personally.
I think that's a big move if it would happen. That would be a big move.
Why not though? Amazon is
I think that, and this is just my own opinion, but I do think that some sort of deal or I think that Josh Harris undercut.
No, Daniel Snyder completely was ahead of cutting that out. Josh Harris was picked by Daniel Snyder to be the owner. You know what I'm saying?
Happened,
but it was other candidates that could have became the owner as well. Daniel Snyder stopped Jeff Bezos from being able to bid. That was a Daniel Snyder move. Now, again, if Harris is a part of it, then I would see that there being a backlash, or if someone brought up the question, hey, what do you guys think about asking Amazon or looking into Amazon as being a sponsor? And guess what? Regardless if Bezos is upset about it or not, paying the money to be sponsored by the Washington Redskins aka the Commanders, is probably going to increase the amount of money that he makes by double at least, just for the fact that you're now going to be literally marketed every Sunday on the biggest sport of the country.
But this is double time though, right? So I don't think I'm saying I don't think it happened, not only because of Bezos, but I don't think Hurst will have him anywhere near his team, knowing this man got enough money to buy him out at any point in time. I wouldn't have him.
But you can't buy me out unless I'm forced out of this position. That's what I'm saying. Like, the only way you can buy me out is if the team just has complete disastrous results in the next 20 years. That's what I'm saying. Daniel Snyder was already bad for 20 something years. And maybe 5 out of those 22, 23 years were we a playoff team. So you're not even getting any extra revenue outside of selling people on a roster and stuff like that. So and I'm not suggesting that Josh Hurst go out and be bad as an owner for any amount of years, because I personally don't think he has that time frame. But that's for me being a fan. I don't want to be a part of the team doing that for that long. That doesn't mean that every fan feels like that. There are tons of fans who will deal with it because that's their team. I was a Washington Bullets fan for a very long time. I've been in the city all my life. Outside of a couple of years, I was here and there, but for the most part, I've been in the city all my life. And I was a fan of every team in Washington. Before the Nationals were here, I was a fan of the Senators and the stories that I used to hear. Baltimore Orioles became my team because that was the closest to me in baseball. But when the Nets came back, I've been a Nets fan, even though I am a natural New York Yankees fan. That is my favorite team. But
Me too.
Respectfully so, for teams in my area, I always give them their respect. I just don't see I don't see Bezos being able to get the team from Josh Hurst in being, first of all, business doesn't stop. And as I know now, and being around it for a while, there's no emotion in your business. In the moment that Daniel Snyder blocked this, I'm gonna be upset about it, but I'm gonna go on vacation and do some other business and make some money some other way else, because you don't stop the show. Do I hold a vengeful fist over it? You could, but there's other teams and other opportunities that will be available. I do believe that even if he was able to get another team somewhere else, Amazon being on the stadium that goes with the Washington football team isn't a bad spot. Now, I do believe that because Amazon is so big, he does not need it. He doesn't need the extra marketing, but marketing is marketing, and putting your name on top of that building is also a tax write-off. It's just other things that I know that benefit the people in those positions.
Right. I can't see it happening. I think that, from my understanding, Jeff Bezos will come in when needed, right? Like the reason he owns the Washington Post, little do anybody know, it wasn't so that he could push Snyder out. A lot of people say he bought the Washington Post to push Snyder out. That's not what happened. I watched the interview of the former owner of the Washington Post, whose mom owned it and whose dad owned it, whose mom owned the Washington Post. The son now owns it, but before the mom owned it, his grandfather, his mother's father, owned it, and he passed away and left it to his mom, and his mom eventually took it down and gave it to the son. But when the son got it, we were going through the transition from paper to the internet. So the finances were much different for the Washington Post. And so he was in some financial trouble. That's why he ended up selling it to Jeff Bezos. And those were his words, not mine. So a lot of people felt like Jeff Bezos, and he had a relationship with Jeff Bezos. He had known him. They already had some form of relationship. So I've seen Jeff Bezos. Normally I see Jeff Bezos help people or do business with mostly people he has some sort of relationship with, and I ain't saying like with Amazon or nothing, but I'm talking about in that system of ownership. That's normally what I've said. And I just know, I'm not sure those guys have the relationship, because like you said, I'm not sure that Amazon actually needs this. And I'm not sure. So I'm not how it would be beneficial to. I get it. your name on there. It's good marketing. But essentially, it's like what 20? I think what they say, $20 million a year, something like that. That's pretty expensive. That's pretty expensive. So that's why it's more of. That's why it's more of okay. Possibly, if I'm gonna say this though, if I am Josh Hurst, I turn the team into a winner and then let them come to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I can create my own terms.
Yes, sir. I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that at all. I was just saying that if you're Josh Hurst, guess what? Daniel Snyder at the end of the day got you too. So I wouldn't necessarily continue the bad blood between Bezos if I was him. If Amazon was willing to be a sponsor for my field, I definitely would take the meeting for sure. Because again, I would reassure him that Daniel Snyder and I don't share the same sentiment. I don't have anything to do with, you know what I'm saying, that particular situation.
Well, my thing is this too. This is and maybe Josh Hurst might have to pull a 1-2 because I would just sell him a piece of the team. You got 20 minority owners.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm not doing that, bro. If your thoughts is that I believe he could sell the team, buy the team from me because he has that much money, I'm definitely not selling them a piece of the team. I'm not giving them opportunity to get the whole joint from me.
You already have 20 minority owners, 20 other minority owners.
Daniel Snyder had 17 when he came in, and it was only one more.
No, he didn't have 17. He had his father and like 2 other guys when he
Daniel Snyder had 17. Daniel Snyder had 17 partners in that deal that he had to sell that he ended up selling shares for.
I never remember him having 17 partners. I think he had about 4 that I remember. His dad is who he got most of the money from.
No, it's.
I'm checking now, but I don't ever remember him having 17 partners. That's why I didn't like the deal with Hurst because I felt like he had too many partners. As far as I understood, Daniel Snyder got most.
No, Daniel had a lot of partners. He had a lot of partners. He brought them off every year. He brought off like 3 of them every year.
He was doing that. He was doing that for a long time. That's why I was trying to tell everybody that the Redskin deal was a shady deal, selling the name.
I don't know if he had. I don't think he ever had no 17 partners. Minority owners. I remember him having 4. I know his dad. He borrowed a lot of money from his dad. Okay, buys out his limited partners. Right here it says, okay, this was in 2021. He bought out. He had 1, 2, 3 more. That's it. 3 other owners. They own more than 40% of the team. His name was Fred Smith, Robert Rothman, and Dwight Shard.
That was in 2021, though, right?
It's 2021. He bought them out. Those were the other minority owners.
Bro, that's 2021, bro. We got to go back when he bought the team. Those are the last people. Aside from the last person that he couldn't buy out, is a black owner that he was a black minority owner that we still in doing something with at the last minute, or had to try to find a sell part of the team, or didn't want to sell it. And he may have sold it. 2021 may have been the year when he did sell it to that particular person, but I know it was a black guy out of those guys that he didn't want to sell his particular share, because that was when a lot of the stuff started coming up.
Mort Zuckerman, and U.S. News and World Report president Fred Drossner. Houston Lee, no. Bob McNair was trying to get the team. Yeah, but those are the 2 main ones that they have here. I'm looking for anymore. And his brother and his father. That's why I say it was like 4.
Brother, the 3 people that you named at the end had nothing to do with the people that you just named. How was that he bought those guys off?
No, those were the guys who originally. They say right here, Snyder's, whose group includes Mort Zuckerman and U.S. News and World Report president Fred Drossner.
It don't mean that it's not more people in it. It said that's who it includes. You got it.
I'm just
I will find it. I will find it. We can move on. I find it for you though. He had way more people he had to pay off than that, bro.
I don't ever remember him having 17 partners.
If it wasn't 17, it was more than double digits, bro, or double digits for sure. I can bring it up, but just
I don't ever remember him having 10 partners. The most I remember was, like I said, maybe 4 or 5. So that's all. That's why I'm saying that, because I've never run across anything that said. I know most of the money came from his dad. Quote on, he said that's what he claimed in the initial reports. He claimed that the money was coming from his dad, and they didn't want to do that. And you remember, he got batted down. And originally, he got batted down because they said he's borrowing too much money. And then somehow, some way, they reworked it to where he didn't, to where he got the team or something like that. But originally, he got batted down. But again, we'll find out. Again, I will find the articles or find whatever that goes on.
My bad, Trey. My shit was glitching out.
You know, eventually we'll find exactly who his partners were. I'm just saying, if the sponsorship is that important to you, I think it'll be a lot easier for you to be able to get him the sponsor if he's a part of the ownership group. That's the only thing I'm saying. Is it'd be a lot easier in that way. Just my opinion. So
in my opinion about it, I think that he would go with a bank, perhaps because he uses a bank for the 76ers, Wells Fargo Center. He uses the bank for the New Jersey. I mean, not a bank for them, but he banks with he joined with Verizon for them.
No, he used Spectrum.
Huh?
Yeah, Spectrum is Verizon.
Yeah, it's Verizon. So I think he would probably go a bank. I don't know if he would go phone company down this way. Being as though they had already had previous dealings in this area with Verizon. And that didn't get renewed. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. He may go Verizon. Who knows? Maybe Verizon Field. So for the time being until
Verizon is a good idea. I like Verizon.
But you got to also see the other sponsors that come along with that because I think I believe it's at the 76ers. I believe they have sponsors like the food and all that, Chick-fil-A, Yingling, the beer loggers, and you got to look at that also. What are you gonna have there now? Are you still gonna have the same old Johnny Rockets and all this old stuff still at the stadium when you're trying to become into the new age and do the new thing? Like you got to have something for the people that what can I say? For the people that are not season ticket holders, you still got to have something nice for them. You have to offer them something, to accommodate them as well. Because I've been to the game as a season ticket holder, and I've been to the game as a, just like regular coming in there. Sometimes my brother-in-law will give me tickets because he didn't want to go to a season game. So I've been there on that side. I've been on the other side. So you know what I'm saying? So I'm just looking forward to see what they're gonna do, how they're gonna move about it. Are they gonna move about it in the same fashion that they did with the team, putting the team together? Is it gonna be, great like that? Or are y'all gonna take a step back in regard to just focusing on the team right now? But I think that would be smart. You will want to step your game up in that aspect too if you want your money to keep flowing.
Right. Again, I do like that name. I do like I do think that he should just build it up. Build it up yourself. Take one season, especially you got to see a team that you feel like you could win with. Why not create the demand on your own? I think that's the best play here. If you ask me, is create the demand, let them come to you.
I think Nike would be a heck of a partner. Nike
They already
Field.
sponsor the NFL. They already do the NFL jerseys. I'm not sure is that a conflict of interest?
Oh,
Because you know they
got the jersey deal.
Yeah, they got the jersey contract.
But I mean, I don't think it's a conflict of interest. I wouldn't think so.
It might be. Because then you have an interest in making sure our jersey's better than everybody else's, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say that. I mean, the Commanders is pretty awful. Their jersey is pretty awful.
It is.
I mean, I don't know how can you spice them things up. I mean, you got to come 10 times harder. You got to put a lot of sauce on them things to make them things great again.
We'll need to go get Jordan himself to come here.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man.
You know,
I would love to see a Commander jersey on steroid. I mean, the best thing they got going for them is the all black, and I really don't like that because it reminds me of the Steelers.
I don't even like those. I hate those jerseys. Those are my least jerseys. Is them all black jerseys. I cannot stand them. I think they need to throw them away. I think they need to just get rid of them.
Yeah, the only reason why I don't like them because it looked like we the Steelers out there and the helmets that go with it and everything. I'm like,
all of it, all in the trash. I mean, that's just my opinion. No offense to everybody else who like them, meaning the other Redskin fans. I cannot stand those jerseys. Those things are hideous to me. You know, those things are hideous to me. Other news I wanted to get to because I wanted to get y'all to chime in on it real quick before we jump into the final thoughts. Let me pull this up so that y'all know I'm not making this up when I say this, because a lot of fans out there, quote unquote, once they get a whiff of this, because I don't think nobody is talking about it, but somebody is talking about it. So a lot of fans, when they get a whiff of this, it's gonna claim I just made some stuff up. I'm not making up nothing. Okay, right here. Sports Illustrated, February 29th. I just ran across the story. Cowboys lame duck staff unhappy with Jerry Jones meddling. Right? Micah Parsons. This is other news in the NFL. Micah Parsons also missed the OTAs. Then came back and said that the defensive coordinator needs to listen to him a little bit. The same thing Joe Witt said he does. He listens to the players. Well, apparently, what's my man name that's over there now?
Mike Zimmer ain't listening to no goddamn body. Who you talking to, boy? You better do this job, boy. I tell you, line up, boy. This is the way I want you to run it.
Yeah, that's exactly how he is too. You hit it right on the head, Big Si. He's obviously him and Micah Parsons are having some clashes because Micah did not show up in the OTAs, and then Micah came back, and Micah's not going to back down either. Micah came back and said, "Hey, he needs to do a little bit more listening when it comes to on the defensive side. He wants them to implement. He wants the Cowboys to implement some of what he feels he could do, as far as scheme wise or whatever it is. Him." And Mike Zimmer are obviously having some sort of problems. And when you look at this story right here, where it says Cowboys lame duck staff unhappy with Jerry Jones meddling, that seems to me to be where Micah might and it's not Micah, but players. And this has always been the dynamic there in Dallas. That's why Jimmy Johnson retired early the way he did. This is why Barry Switzer didn't mind doing this, but most coaches don't want players and the owners to be too close, or the owner to be so close to the organization where it creates a dynamic that undermines the coach. And it seems to be that thing where it's okay, Jerry, you're not even giving us another contract. You're not even giving us extending our contract right now. And you're going to melt out. So that means our job is on the line, and you're going to sit in here and meddle on top of which seems to be the stance of the Cowboys staff. That could have been what prompted Dan Quinn to jump ship the way he did. Because it's obviously things going on in Dallas that nobody wants to talk about or nobody is talking about. This story was February 29th, but Mika just missed the OTAs this past week, the whole OTA. And Mike McCarthy is very upset about that because Mika is a captain. So he really wanted him to be there. So it seems to be some trouble going on down there.
I think that is Mike McCartney's fault. And I'm gonna tell you why. You the head coach, and this thing has gone public. It ain't it. It's not like it hasn't been going on. You known about this. You know what I'm saying? Now it's hit the public eye, and you can't go back from it now.
I think that's part of his argument. What do you do if I got an owner who just won't allow me to do things the way I need to do in order to get my players to lock in?
Well, that's when you lose players. Players start requesting trades. Players start requesting to get released from your mob. Don't want to play with you no more.
So you think that's McCarthy's fault or is it Jones' fault in this? Who's to blame?
I think it's a little bit of both. McCarthy, you want your job, but you got to step up for your team. If you're the head coach, you got to do the same thing when it comes to, Mike. Just said the guy's name, the defensive coordinator. When it comes to him, listening to Mika and trying to win. Mika want to win. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fan of football first. He want to win. The guy goes out there and plays his heart out. He want to win.
Let me ask y'all this. Mika Parsons ends up a free agent because this is where I'm really ultimately going with it.
Coming to Washington.
I'm asking, do they pull the trigger on a Mika Parsons if he's available?
Why not?
I mean, it's gonna cost you a lot of money.
They got the buddy.
Well, not necessarily. What do you think? What do you think price tag for Parsons is next year per year? Not full contract, and you can do the math on maybe what the contract might be, so we can look at what per year would be.
All right, give me a second.
Let's say what, 24, 22.
Let me see what TJ Watt is getting, because that's really the only person you could really compare.
Nah, Sweat just got paid.
He's not.
Sweat not Parsons. He's not Parsons or TJ Watt.
That's why I said 22, 24. Sweat got paid 18.
Nah, you still got to go a little higher than that maybe for Parsons.
TJ Watt is getting $28 million a year in Pittsburgh. His current contract.
You're looking at about maybe 26 to 28 for Parsons. So technically we could afford Parsons as well, but it depends on who needs an extension next year. If you're bringing Bobby Wagner back, who do you let go? Is the Jamin Davis not coming back? Is Allen or Payne being traded? Like, those are things that you have to question. It doesn't mean that those guys can't come back or they can't take a pay cut, but those guys are under big contracts. And even if they get paid less than what they're getting paid now, they're still going to get a heavy veteran minimum because their previous contracts were so high already. So the question would be, who do you let go? Because you won't be out of money, but you'll definitely be tight in budget. Like, Parsons has to be the last piece that you're missing.
That's what I was going with it.
In order to sign, you know what I'm saying? Like, that has to be to me, because I feel like Bobby Wagner, if you have a good year, are you going to have to pay him some money to come back? What does Micah Parsons do on your defense that you have to have him?
That's
or are you signing him? I thought Leo, but the last thing would be, or are you signing him to prevent him from going to the Eagles or the Giants?
Now that's what I was about to say. Now,
amen.
If you are preventing him from going to another division foe, we got the money, and we don't have to really relinquish a lot, because you're gonna have to get rid of some players if you're gonna sign Micah Parsons.
Well, not really. You got $60 million. So it just, like I said, it just depends on whose contract is coming up next year that you have to have that conversation.
I got a question. Do you think Mika Parsons is going to be good for another 4 years?
Yes.
Dan Quinn, yes.
Yes.
So
it will prove this year. Now, what best case scenario?
Hold up. So, do you think he's going to be elite level in the next 4 years still?
Yeah, I'd say yes, because I thought that he was really, really, really good at just staying on the second level before he started pass rushing.
Okay.
So you know what I'm saying? I still think he has the ability to. He's a tremendous athlete.
So that means he's going to be another $100 million another $100 million deal. And at that point, we will have to be signing Jaden Daniels, hopefully, because he's still healthy and doing well.
Well, that's what I said, that if you go to the playoffs, those same 4 years that Michael Parsons could be somewhere else before he comes here, then you're still looking at making extra money because of the playoff venture. If you're now signing a major sponsor to hedge your stadium before the Redskins Stadium, before the RFK Stadium get done, you're still making extra revenue that way. Excuse me. If Jaden Daniels or Micah Parsons comes to the Washington Commanders, and if Jaden Daniels has a good 4 years, you're talking about jersey sales being off the wall. For any quarterback here for 4 years is probably going to be one of the top jersey sellers in the NFL.
Yeah, no, I'm not knocking that. I'm just saying that, when you think about that and the salary cap, that means more than likely Allen or Payne going to be gone, because they're going to more than likely deserve, if we're doing well, more than likely they're going to deserve some.
They're coming up too. So that's what I'm saying. Okay, so do you swap Allen or Payne for Parsons?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Right now.
Of course, you got Jazon Newton and Mathis.
Yeah, right.
Of course.
I got to see them first before I say. Now I will say this. I think Parsons will be really good back with Witt and him at this defense. And just so I can highlight this report a little bit, this is 15 hours ago. Mika Parsons and Mike Zimmer have said a total of 20 words to one another. Dallas disconnect. That's from Sports Illustrated, CBS Sports.
Well, I mean, me personally, I'm not trying to even get all in the Mika Parsons and all that, because I think.
No, do you remember? Hold up. Do you remember the tweet when it was noted that Dan Quinn would be leaving? You not remember what Parsons tweeted?
Yeah, Jahan Dotson said, "Come on over here" and all that.
No, not Dotson. Parsons tweeted on his own.
Oh, he said he might leave too.
He said, "I might be following you wherever you go."
Now, the thing with that is also the reports today was that Michael Parsons also stated, actually through ESPN, he stated that he could do individuals by himself. He feels like, and this also may add to that disconnect, that he feels like he can do OTA stuff by himself. He doesn't need to be there with the team, and that's because of contract talks not happening. I don't think if Dan Quinn was there, the contract talks would have gotten in the way of doing.
No,
I think it's a disconnect.
Not at all.
Yeah,
it's right here. It says him and Zitter said a total of 20 words.
See, remember what I said? I was like, remember when we got Quinn? The first thing I said is, I was like, hold up now. This cripples the other team. And the reason why this cripples the other team is because those players that got those relationships with Dan Quinn, and Dorrance Armstrong probably calling Mika Parsons like, dog, it's going great over here. You know what I'm saying?
And if the Cowboys felt like we want to respond to Dan Quinn leaving, not saying that Dan Quinn cripples us as a coach, because as an organization, you have to understand that you got to move forward at some point in time. It's not the same way as back in the day, but at the same time, you got to, as an organization for Cowboys, say that, hey, Micah, we're going to sign you just to not even just to keep you from leaving to go with Dan, but to show you how much you mean to our organization. I do understand your problem. Go ahead.
Their problem right now is that Dak is due for a contract.
Yep.
And then you got CeeDee Lamb that's due for a contract.
CeeDee Lamb said that he waiting for Justin Jefferson to get done, which I think Justin Jefferson is done.
Yeah, he got 110.
And he said that's what he's going to jump off for what Justin Jefferson get.
See, well, he's not getting.
I wouldn't
He's
have
not.
said that. I wouldn't have said that because a bad season this year doesn't get you 110.
No, he sat out of OTA, so he really looking at it the same way. I don't think me personally, Justin, with his usage rate, he could ask for Justin Jefferson numbers because he was used so much. But with his numbers as consistency, it's not as good as Justin Jefferson, but they are pretty good. They are pretty good, and I think that because Justin Jefferson got hurt last year and they still paid him, I think that's something that CeeDee Lamb can look at. CeeDee Lamb can say, okay, well, he got hurt last year and he still got paid. Y'all gotta pay me. And then Dak gotta get paid. So you got Dak, you got Mika,
that would be the thing for me is that Dak would be the one that wouldn't get paid.
But you know what? And go ahead. I'm gonna let y'all finish, and I'm gonna tell you what I feel like on the Dak.
What happens if Dak leaves there?
I don't care. We as an organization spent a first round draft pick on Trey Lance. If Trey Lance doesn't work out, and if Dak does not perform to the level of at least getting to the NFC Championship or the Super Bowl, where we have to consider bringing him back, it's not about the stats. It's about what you do at the end of the year. You can lead the league in passing like Dan Marino. You can be a career quarterback with us, or do you eventually move on? If you're as good as Dan Marino, getting 4,000 yards when nobody's throwing for that much at that time, or getting 3,800 when everybody's throwing 28, 29, 33,000, you have to consider that maybe you have the best quarterback or one of the best quarterbacks in the league at that time. But again, Dak and Romo have done something consistently for that franchise that they're scarred in a different way that we are. We've been scarred by being bad. They've been scarred by being decently, or if not dominantly good, and not completing the task for at least 20 years. That's what I'm saying. Like they've in 20 years, they've been to the playoffs 12 or 13 times. The Cowboys have only missed the playoff about 5 or 6 times, but they had bad records a couple of times. So you're looking at a team who's had genuine decent success year in and year out, and they cannot get out of the first round unless they get a bye week. As soon as they get a playoff game, they lose it. It took them 9 or 11 years to win their first playoff game. I believe that the talent that Micah Parsons is, and the talent, if you feel like CeeDee Lamb is one of those Justin Jefferson type of receivers, you have to consider that anybody can throw him the ball at this point. You know what I'm saying? In comparison to me being able to find another Micah Parsons. Let's look around the league, and we don't even have to do it, but let's be blunt for the show. Let's look around the league and see how many 17 sack a season guys there are available.
Right. That's real.
There are plenty of quarterbacks that are throwing for 3,000 yards and 25 to 30 touchdowns.
Yeah.
We are now in a position where we're looking at a rookie quarterback that we have to develop to be the guy of the future that is doing the work that you would expect that a Dak and anybody else that's at a veteran level would be doing. I can't be stuck on everyone's feelings about Dak when everyone, regardless of whether we kept Dak or not, would be pissed off if we got rid of Michael Parsons. CeeDee Lamb, wide receivers are a dime a dozen on being special. You know what I'm saying? So I do know that it would be hard to lose that, but losing Michael Parsons would still be even more detrimental to me than that, because he's meant more to the organization. Even with the usage of CeeDee Lamb, the usage of CeeDee Lamb to me is because you haven't had the success at any other position since you let go of Amari Cooper. That's just due to not having players on the field and not having anybody have that type of success. Michael Parsons has had people around him. He's had 2 cornerbacks that have had the most interceptions in the NFL due to his work. He's had other people have success because the Dorrance Armstrongs, who just got $40 million because he's been a product of getting help from me being double teamed or triple teamed and stuff like that. So he has an argument for being probably one of the better defenders in the NFL. CeeDee Lamb, in my opinion, is not top 5 wide receiver in the NFL today.
Hold on for y'all before we jump over to that. I was going to say about Micah Parsons. If they were to let Micah Parsons go to us, that'll be a big mistake, as the Giants did back in 1964, and let Sam Huff come over to us sleeping. Now Sam Huff was much older, but I'm just saying it'll be that detrimental to them to do something like that if they will ever get that on their mind. because he would come right here, right over here with Quinn and Witt. Straight up. He ain't going nowhere else.
Yeah. CeeDee Lamb actually has more catches than Justin Jefferson and more touchdowns than Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson has 700 more yards, though.
Justin Jefferson missed the whole season. CeeDee Lamb hasn't.
That's true. That's true.
But not a whole season, but missed majority of a year.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, he got an argument. Let me say that. Yep. That's Dallas' fault. And I'm gonna tell you what I think too. On the other hand, I think the Dak Prescott is what is the element that's out of place here. Because I believe that Kirk Cousins was let go of by the Minnesota Vikings, not because O'Connell really wanted to do it, but they had to give Jefferson the money. And I believe they feel like Jefferson is more valuable than Cousins. So if they had to choose. We're not giving both of y'all $100 million apiece.
And that was my example. What I was saying about Dak gotta go. Like it's not about. I can't hold on to someone who isn't getting the job done, and someone who also has a bum foot or a bum ankle. Like not that I'm. And again, that has not held him back from production with his arm. But as you get older, these are things that are going to cripple you in ways that the other teams in my division aren't. Every other team in the division in the NFC East has a mobile quarterback now. Even with Sam Huff, we had one. Heineke, we had one. The Cowboys do not have one. And I'm not saying that you can't win with just a pocket quarterback because Tom Brady is essentially the GOAT and has not had to have more than 1,000 yards in 25 years.
Dallas
rushing. But
Dallas
Dallas does have a problem, in my opinion, in that particular regard. Like I said, I wouldn't lose CeeDee Lamb or I wouldn't lose Michael Parsons over a Dak Prescott. The reason being is because regardless of where Dak Prescott could end up, I don't think it's anywhere in the division that hurts you. I don't think the Giants would be invested in getting Dak Prescott. The Eagles are not even going to look there. And I don't believe that the Cowboys. I don't think so, bro. One, I think with signing Malik Neighbors, it would be a nice look for the Cowboys to go that way. But they're still in the Daniel Jones contract, so they have to pay Daniel Jones a portion of that contract to get out of it. Then they still have to pay Dak Prescott a top dollar to be a quarterback there, because that would be the reason why he would leave Dallas, is because he wouldn't be able to get paid. And I just don't. That would again now cripple the Giants to have one weapon on offense and rely on their defense to try to win games. And without Saquon Barkley, that's just a bad situation for Dak to go into, when I think there's other teams that could present an opportunity for him to be able to be a quarterback for them.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Dallas have got a problem because Mika says he wants to be the highest paid non-quarterback, period. That's what Mika said. And essentially, with CeeDee Lamb saying, hey, I'm going to wait for Justin Jefferson to get done, who just got the highest paid. He's right now the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history is Justin Jefferson based on his contract. So if that's what Mika is saying, then that's somewhat of what CeeDee Lamb is saying too. Dallas got a major. So I'm going to be honest with y'all now. This is where I'm going to agree with y'all, where y'all say crippling the opponent might have been a positive thing. With all of this turmoil in Dallas, I don't see this going well for them. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I felt Dallas would be better because they got Zeke back. That could be the reason why they got Zeke back, to try to get some leadership back in that locker room. I don't see this going well for them. I'm not that faithful in Kellen Moore either over there in Philly. I think that's a high downgrade from Ben Johnson, and an even higher downgrade for the guy that they had before that. I'm not banking on Kellen Moore being good with Philly. I don't care who they got on their team. I'm just not a Kellen Moore fan. He's not a threat to me. That's like saying they got Scott Turner. He's equivalent to Scott Turner for me. And I know Scott Turner don't have the numbers to support that.
Nah, he called. Kellen Moore is not as bad as Scott Turner. I think he has a better play art, but he does call bonehead plays at certain times. He's similar to how Mike McCarthy is. He's arrogant in calling plays because this is what I want to happen, and it's not necessarily the right football play.
Right. Right. So I'm not scared of Kellen Moore by no means. With all this turmoil in Dallas, it seemed to be real. It seems to be real. It doesn't say. It seems like people are looking around saying Dak Prescott, this
Kellen
bum,
Moore, hold on. Kellen Moore is back in Dallas.
Kellen
No,
Moore is
Phil.
with Philly,
Oh, Philly.
their offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I'm not scared of it.
And remember, I told y'all when we was talking about this a few weeks ago that like during around like right after the draft, like even Cowboy fans are oddly more interested in what we're doing
Yes, they
because
are.
they have not done anything, and they're very worried. Like as much as I feel like they would have had a good year because of a lot of chemistry and things like that, these are things that I didn't think were going to cause friction, and they have. And I don't know how you fix them in a matter of months when, like I said, the when they say culture change in Washington, we do have to fix that kicker situation. And there are a couple of things as far as depth if things don't go the way you planned them to, but no season does. The culture change just may be on how everything is done in the locker room, how everything is done in the building. And again, because we've taken things from each of the division's foes that have had success. The only thing we took from the Giants was their offensive line and their offensive line coach. And because honestly, outside of Callahan, we really haven't had a great one. So
Right.
I don't necessarily mind that. But you learn the ins and out of what those teams wanted to do because those coaches have been with those teams for a number of years.
Right. Right.
So now you know what your opponent wants to do a little bit more than what you did before. And again, I told everybody, we've said on this show, the Eagles, even though our biggest rival because of their recent success, I think we've had the biggest competition against them, and we've even beat them, you know what I'm saying, in recent years more than we've had against the Giants and the Cowboys. So, and like I said, I think our thing is getting over the curse of beating the Giants. The Cowboys is going to always be a rivalry. This year, if the Cowboys aren't on top of their game, that loss that we took at 45-10 has to get back because for the next year or two until these contracts get figured out, unless they find their way until some miraculous player out of the draft. And like I said, because of what they did with coaches recently, I don't see Dion being able to be a coach in Dallas next year if he decided to leave because of how contracts are. They're just jumbled up in money where some of the scenarios that would work out would just cost them more money to even do.
Let me say this though, Vito. This is dangerous territory, though, for Dion to end up in Dallas. I'm gonna keep it real. If he's going to coach in the NFL next year, if he has a decent season in Colorado, and it's time, and that if let me say this, if Dallas ends up,
Dion said that he does not want to coach in the NFL. He said specifically reason is if these players, he said the players get paid $1 million. It's like he said if a person getting paid $1 million and he don't want to come in and work, that's going to be a problem with him. So he said he enjoys, coaching up the young kids or whatever the case may be.
Dion said the same thing about the HBCUs and all of that.
No, he didn't. Not the same. No. You got to watch that. You got to watch the interview that I'm specifically talking about. It was $1 million worth of game interview. And he specifically said, they was like, man, you going to the NFL? You about to go to the NFL? Your kids going and all that? He like, nah, specifically because of that reason.
Dion is a businessman. They're going to come with much more than what college can offer him.
I don't think it's about the
I
money.
believe he will be in the NFL once he see that money. What's that song you got? Must be the money.
I think the only way he goes to the NFL is if he can coach his son.
And that's why I'm saying, and this is and y'all know I've been saying I thought Dallas was going to be good, but this stuff here is really ugly. It's really ugly.
So before you move past, I also think, Leo, that I do understand what he's saying, and I do believe what he's saying. Like at this moment, right now, today, I don't believe that Dion wants to coach in the NFL. Here's the thing, and much as you said, Big Son, it must be the money, because I was going to make a joke about that too. Guess what? As a father, I think that him as a father and a coach to a lot of the players that would be entering the NFL coming up, I just don't know if the opportunity would be something that he would not consider.
You're right.
I really think that even if he can't coach his son right away,
looking at if he stayed in college for another 2 to 4 years, I think one, the itch will call him because his sons will now no longer be in college, and they'll be calling about advice in the NFL. And when you see someone handle or manage your child the wrong way, especially with what I am going to say is probably the best thing that will probably trigger that, which is LeBron James getting a chance to play with his son in the NBA. It's going to do something to fathers that have the opportunity. Dion is probably one of the fathers that would be able to have the opportunity. Now, don't get me wrong, Leo, you're absolutely right. His purpose and how he goes about some things are probably more important to him on the college level. But these players are getting ready to get paid more money because more money is getting ready to be required to live. So they're going to start seeing more money. Then even the average player is going to start seeing the same thing his son saw as being one of the top paid athletes in the next 10, 15 years. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, at some point, these players that's in college, even though you want to rule with an iron fist, Dion, are going to still feel like not coming to practice because I already make this amount of money. Now the rules are different, but they're always the Albert Hainsworths or the Jadeveon Clowneys and people like that in college. You know what I'm saying? So they're always going to be kids that feel a little entitled, whether you're Dion or not. That's not going to matter to everybody. Look at Komani McClain. You know what I'm saying? So everybody doesn't care whether you're Deion Sanders. They have their own opinion. They're athletes as well. They've worked hard to get to where they at. But I do think that it would be very interesting for him to go to the league. And honestly, y'all did say about the money part, at the time that he'd go in to be a coach, and because of how much influence he's going to bring to whatever organization it is, he'd probably be offered as much money as Justin Jefferson just got. It'll probably be for a lot longer time, but he'd probably get $100 million contract for 10 years. Easy.
Harbaugh got 80 to go to Michigan.
Right.
So they got it. They got it. And I think, though, is what he's always coached his son. He coached his son from Little League all the way up to now. He's never not coached his son. I just don't see if he has that opportunity. If Dallas end up with a top 3 pick, Deion Sanders is going to the Dallas Cowboys. And Mike McCarthy is fired. Deion Sanders, he already got a relationship with Jerry Jones. Deion Sanders would be a shoe-in Dallas. And Dallas would love it. Jerry would love it. Jerry would tell Steven, fall back. Deion got this. He wouldn't have to feel like he'd have to be on top of Deion as much.
Not the football part.
You see what I'm saying? So I think he would trust Deion more than he trusts McCarthy.
And not the business part. I honestly believe that Jerry Jones, bruh, it wouldn't surprise me, y'all. And I'm saying it on the show today. We'll come back to it if it ever comes around. It wouldn't surprise me if Jerry Jones offered Deion Sanders the Michael Jordan deal that Abe Pollin gave him.
Right.
It wouldn't surprise me. And it wouldn't surprise me that the son snatched it right up under him at the end of it.
Yeah.
Because
the team goes to Stephen Jones.
No, I got that. I'm not talking about Deion getting the organization and all of that. But what I'm saying is that his influence and what influence is doing today is not what it did back in the day. Influence today is worth just as much as money is in some cases. And Deion, because the Jones family could be a partnership. It could be where you get a percentage of the franchise. It's not you owning it outright. But what I'm saying, before he does that, he'd let Deion go all together, because in the time that Deion's going to be there, he's going to learn and they're going to videotape everything that Deion does so that they can mimic the marketing part. They'll let another coach come in and coach football. That's just football. You ain't got to be no character or no personality or nothing like that. You can just coach football. But once we understand what Deion is doing and how he's buying in or how he's getting people to buy into certain things on the media side and stuff like that, they'll be able to sell a lot more as a franchise of the Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
That's a big if, though. That's not something that I've heard or anything like that, but that's just a big if he's able to come. I really could see that being like a Michael Jordan, Abe Pollin deal, where we just need you to resurrect the franchise for real. And, you know what I'm saying? Low key, we may sell it as something bigger than that, because like I said, that would be what you have to kind of offer Deion to get him from the NCAA, is something bigger than he would be able to pass up.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely wanted to hear what you guys thought, because I do feel like this is shaking up the NFC East. I think this is indication of what could possibly be happening. Nobody is talking about this. Outside of, like I said, Sports Illustrated, they ran a story on it. A couple people ran a story on it, but it's not as big of news as I think it should be when you're talking about a 12-win team who just lost their defensive coordinator and their secondary coach. They just lost their center from last year. They just lost also Tyler Smith. What's his name? Smith, the tackle.
Tyron Smith.
Tyron Smith. They just lost Tyron Smith. He's been an anchor for that. He was their version of Trent Williams for us.
Mm-hmm. I'll agree to that.
You know, so they just lost that as well. The Eagles losing Fletcher Cox, and him retiring, and they lost Kelsey as well. This division might be ripe for the taking.
And not to mention, fellas,
And the
I don't know
Giants lost Saquon.
if we said it on the last podcast on Major Mondays. I mentioned it. It ain't looking good for Caleb Williams out there.
You did say that.
So we're looking like we made the right picks up thus far. You know, with Jaden Daniels and all the accolades that they've given them. We still haven't seen it live on the field, but it feels good to hear that we got a guy that's working. And not saying it feels good to hear that Caleb Williams is struggling. It feels good that we made the right pick.
Well, before I jump to conclusion, I did hear that too, Big Son, and it was a big call right there with that, because we all, like, Roe didn't like him. You know what I'm saying? There was some things that Roe didn't like about him. And again, for Cliff Kingsbury not to even consider being trading any of those picks to move up to get him says a lot about him wanting to work with Jaden Daniels. A little lower because he couldn't necessarily make the pick himself, but at the same time, it does say a lot, in my opinion, about that. My thing is that why Caleb, I believe, has had a hard time so far is because, just like I said on this show, that Eberflus sucks. Their head coach should have been fired too. There's no reason why he was kept if you're going to get rid of Justin Fields and start it all over. They made a big mistake keeping him, number one. Number two, guess what? Unlike our coaching staff that has our players motivated to come out in all ages and all groups, veterans or rookies alike, Chicago's veterans aren't coming out.
Yeah.
They've hung out together, but they are not coming. They haven't come out the same way that our players have come out. So I don't think that the whole team is bought in on either Eberflus or bought in even on Caleb Williams, for that matter.
Yeah, they should have fired Eberflus if they.
Yeah, I think that this is a better situation. Jaden Daniels is in a better situation
all around.
than Caleb Williams.
Yes,
they should have fired.
And the veterans, speaking about the veterans coming out, Vito, the veterans have come out and talked about Caleb Williams struggling.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
They get real on Caleb about his strugglings and OTAs.
A lot of our veterans have been excited about Jaden. Like, you can hear how they talking about it. I'm not saying that it's the next Joe Montana the way they talking about him or the next Tom Brady, but they're confident that he's putting in the work to be successful. And that's what it takes to be successful in the league, is that you have to work. It's a job. It's not you just depending on your natural ability and lining up and saying, yeah, I'm going to beat this guy just because I run faster than him. It's learning the ins and outs of how the league is operating, how you have to prepare to be prepared. So my thing was, even with that, like, looking at that, even if Jaden has some struggles, I'm not even mad at that, because I think his learning curve will be 5 times faster than everybody else. There's no quarterback that's doing well right now except for him and Bo Nix.
Y'all hear that, everybody? Bo Nix.
I said, but those the ones I called. I'm not gonna lie. Those the 2 ones that I called.
Bo Nix is looking sharp out there. The thing will be with
Nix
him.
gonna be a star. I already said that from day one.
The thing will be with him is how he handles the second read, because he gets the ball out so fast. I think that again, it's up to Sean Payton and how he works that out. But his first read is so fast, and a lot of the staff out there is looking at that. If you guys are interested, any fans that's on here, the same way that the Redskins or the Commanders have other people that do podcasts and just try to cover certain things with the team. Every team in the NFL has things just like this, and I think that it is very, very good for some of those other podcast guys and streamers. Maybe not everyone is as informal as us, and I'm not giving anybody any shots with that, but I will give them credit that they're probably more informal about their team and how their division is run the way that we are about the NFC East. I could almost guarantee you put us 4 guys in the room with anybody in the NFC East that's a fan of the Cowboys, Eagles, or the Giants, and nobody knows more than we do. And I'm not giving any shots to anybody or anything like that. I just know how much we put into how much our division means to us and what we've been through as Redskin owners. I mean, as Redskin fans. But like as I was saying, those other teams cover a lot, and it's a lot of teams that have been doing a lot during OTAs. The Jaguars have had a pretty good OTA. The Ravens are somebody to really be bothered about this season coming up. They're having a really good OTA out there in Baltimore.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, another guy who's been looking good. They say JJ McCartney's been looking good in minicamp with the Vikings. Would I say that's surprising? I wouldn't say it's surprising. They say his arm looks a lot way better than it did in Michigan. Reason being because we already know why. Kevin. It's obvious.
Yeah.
That's what Kevin do. You know what I'm saying? So that's not a shock to me. Is that a shock to y'all?
I think a little bit of a size in that reporting, but I'll take it for what it's worth. In my opinion, I don't think that JJ McCarthy's a bad quarterback at all. I think that because he didn't pass the ball that much in Michigan. So I think it's impressive just to see him actually go through reads and do certain things. But also his first week in OTAs was not good. So improving from what it was to what it is now, is it that he looks good, or is it that because he doesn't miss as many of the reads that he missed the first week have been corrected? So the level of him getting better, and again, I'm not picking, I'm just being analytic. The level of him being better, is it light years ahead, or is it right now where he's the starter day one walking out, or is it better than what it was when he came in after being drafted?
You saying for who?
For McCarthy. JJ.
I just don't think he's a good quarterback. I thought his OTAs were really bad. And so not OTAs, his workouts. His workouts were just not good. So I'm gonna say I just thought he was bad from day one. I wouldn't have drafted him. I wouldn't have drafted him.
Did anybody hear about the results of the tampering between the Eagles and the Falcons for what they did in the offseason?
No, the Eagles are getting hit with tampering for Saquon Barkley.
I know the Falcons was getting hit with tampering for Kirk Cousins.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I didn't hear about that.
They both were supposed to be ran by the league this week. If I'm not, I thought it was today or yesterday.
That's crazy. That says a lot. So I guess one more thing to cover. I didn't even get a chance to cover. We got a kicker. We did sign a kicker. All this other stuff we didn't talk about.
The disrespect to the kicker, man.
I mean, we covering it where he lands at on the depth chart.
Right.
Yeah.
We did get a kicker. I want to give us a chance to, everybody for me to kick a man. His name is Ramis Ahmed. He did not play last year. The year before that, he played for Green Bay Packers. He did not kick any kicks. He just kicked it off once and had a tackle, I believe. In college,
He played last year for the UFL.
Yeah, the UFL. Okay. So I saw some highlights, and I guess we could post the highlights while we talk about it. I guess I'll post some of his highlights. While we talking about him. Hold on. But let me say this, y'all. He ain't a shoe-in to be great. I'm gonna keep it real. He did. I looked up his college stats, and he was 1 for 4 from 50 plus. He was good. Everything before 50, before 40. But from 40 to 49, he struggled a little bit, 7 for 11. And from 50 plus, he was 1 for 4. So he ain't a shoe-in to be great. I don't know if they might should have interviewed some more. I hope they bring somebody else in.
So word is that he is coming in to be the placeholder.
Oh no, it's cool.
Yes, he's going to try out as kicker, but he's going to be a placeholder, I believe. And they're waiting for the UFL season to be over to sign Jake Bates.
Oh, they want Bates.
Yes. Bates was this season or is this season's UFL's leading kicker or leader in kicking. Ramis, I forgot his name, but Ramis, he I think has a boot on him, but I think his inconsistency does not make me feel like he's going to be regarded as the kicker going into the season.
Okay.
It depends. Like I was saying to V on the chat, man. It depends on how well he develops.
You're being hopeful.
It depends.
He's not good.
Listen.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that he ain't great. I'm not saying he's going to be great or anything like that. And I do think that Dan Quinn said that they're still looking and they're still going to be looking. Every position is a competition, essentially. You know what I'm saying? So I do think that we still will look. But, I mean, they said as long as 61, if he works on his accuracy, that means he got power. That means he can hit a 60, decent, length field goal. He has to work on his accuracy. If he worked on his accuracy, let's say he worked on his accuracy before he came over there with us. You never know. I mean, he got a good leg. He just got to work on his accuracy.
I think kickers are unique to where they could be bad. Like the guy who went to Carolina and was just great. He was with us and was terrible. What's his name that went to Carolina and he was a great kicker for Carolina.
Gano? Graham Gano?
Graham Gano. You hit it right on the head. Graham Gano was pure dookie with us.
But I think it was a product of not sticking with a guy for a while. But again, remember, Graham Gano didn't come. I feel uncomfortable with this because it's from a league outside of the NFL.
And that's what I don't like either.
Don't get me wrong. The Green Bay making the team and kicking the ball off and all of that, that's cool. And again, you had to make the team, but that could have been via an injury, and we had to sign somebody this week. If you didn't stay after that, then that means that we didn't have to keep you. Somebody was back from injury or we found somebody else. So that's not a good resume to start off with. Number 3 or number 2, if I didn't get to that, where are the kickers from college?
Right.
Why are you not interviewing any of them? Has everybody else brought in all of the kickers from the draft? That is a very big possibility. You may have to wait until preseason and people make cuts for you to pick up somebody else. I do think that is going far too long into it. I would have called a kicker from last year that previously retired and said, "Hey, you got a job, buddy. We'll pay you a little bit more to get up off the couch. Look, I might not even make you my place kicker. I might even have to say, look, Tress, we might need you to try and make some tackles this season. You know what I'm saying? Just on the kickoffs and stuff like that. And the way that the kickoffs is now, maybe you might not even have to tackle. It's going to be somebody trying to block you though, but maybe you might have to tackle. But
I would have brought in Robbie Gold before I brought this dude in.
I said that. I'm
gonna keep it real.
Robbie Gold would have been brought in because at least, like I said, at least I know that he has experience kicking in bad weather. That's a lot to me because you're not going to always be at home. It's not going to always be good weather here. You could have all 4 seasons here in a month.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You can have sunny days the first week. You're going to be in a rain slide the second week. It could snow the third week. And then you might have a little bit of sun and then rain at halftime. You just don't know. And then again, like I said, you're playing a lot of away games at stadiums that I feel like you may have some challenges if you don't have a solid kicker in there. I'm also considering that, hey, if McManus is found not guilty, I am signing him back as soon as the situation is over with.
Yeah, I mean, you might want to let this die down and then quietly sign him back and tell the media, look, man, y'all don't report this as much as you would. Just put it. You could report it. Just put it in the bottom of the column.
No, we wasn't gonna let y'all turn this into something it wasn't. So
Yeah.
before we had to do what we did what we felt best as an organization.
Right.
We never had a problem with Brian. Again, us finding out about
What if this kicker developed a little bit? He hit the 40s and 50s.
Hey Leo, every move we made is good, but not all of them are great. And this is just one that's just not great. It's good being hopeful.
I'm not saying that it's great at all. I'm not.
He didn't even start a whole season in the UFL. He's not going to plan out, bro.
Yeah, I'm just saying. When I looked at his stats, I wasn't impressed. I'm gonna keep it real.
The UFL is for you forgot league.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I wasn't impressed, and he probably didn't make it because he was missing kicks out there. I'm a kid out there. You don't have no problem missing no kick. That man ain't got no problem missing a kick, baby. I missed this joint, Joe. You better go ahead somewhere. I missed it straight up. So that's one thing I wanted to put out there. That's probably why we ended up getting to it last, because I think the Redskin fans gonna be pretty mad. They all hype about the guy. A lot of Redskin fans are hype. He getting pressed he never got in his life. I saw his picture so many places. I said, this guy must be good. And then I went and looked at the numbers. I said, I don't know about this one. Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that we cut to that, man, because again, okay, when we at the end of last segment when we talked about the new kicker, I asked the question, will this come back to haunt us? And I said even then I felt like it wasn't a lot of options out there, first and foremost. Not that I was really super comfortable with. That's the first thing. But I didn't know about Joy Slide when we got him. So my knowledge probably ain't as good as, maybe an NFL scout who got a Rolodex of players he probably can just bust to and wow, oh yeah, we can get. Maybe he don't if they went and signed this guy, But I didn't like the options, and maybe they didn't like the options either. They did what you said, do Leo, found somebody basically who ain't never played for real that much, and somebody unknown like that. But my thing is this: it's going to be a lot of pressure kicks because we're going to be playing competitive football, especially when you look at what's going on in Dallas. When you look at what's going on with the Eagles, again, there's nothing going on with them negatively, but I don't like their offensive coordinator. I think you're going to have a chance. You really got a shot. You're going to need a good kicker. You're going to need
I agree 1,000,000%. I'm not saying this guy is the answer. I'm just saying that, like we were saying, Joey Slides, a couple guys that just you didn't know before they got their chance. If he is smart, he takes advantage of this chance, is what I'm saying.
He should. I think he should too. I think he should. All right, so we're gonna move into final thoughts. I'll let you guys go. I'll go last. But for the Redskin fans out there, we did sign a kicker. We did sign a kicker. For sure.
My final thoughts. I'm gonna go ahead and start it out. My final thoughts, I would say, is that I am happy that that everything seems to be going so well. Despite the allegations of the glass kickers, sexual misconduct, I would say I'm very happy.
It's fondling. That's right.
Hey, I don't care what it is at this point. I'm just glad he's not on the team right now. And I know that sounds a little harsh or a little cold, but what I'm saying is so far we have developed a very, 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 very good rapport amongst the players, amongst the coaches. Everybody seems to be happy. Everybody's focused. Everybody's locked in, and we don't need distractions. And I'm so happy that I see the team handling it this way. I'm happy with the interviews that I've seen today. I will be watching more and more film tonight, so I will be happy when I can see some more of the film. But the film that I've seen, I'm just enjoying what I see right now, and I think that this is a building block for success. So all to everybody, you know, and Davis, we out there. We still rooting for you to get that number 5, 6 spot at receiver, man. You know
Yes,
what I mean?
indeed.
We know we got a couple of them, you know.
Shout out to Davion Davis. Yeah, definitely try to slide on in there, man. You know, and I'm gonna invite you to the show. Get him on the show. See if we can get him in. You know, who next for the final thoughts?
I'll go. First and foremost, all right, I'm gonna just keep it greasy. Joe Witt with the shits. That's my man. Like you gotta love Joe Witt. He sound like one of your uncles that don't take nothing from nobody, but
Yeah.
will listen to some advice from you if you got something good to say. He will listen, but he's a teacher. He's like that cool uncle, but you don't want to get on his bad side. You know what I'm saying? You always want to show up for Unc. You always want to show Unc that um you know what you're doing. How can I say you're projecting what was taught to you, you know what I'm saying, from Unc. Unc taught you something and you showing Unc what he taught you. So I really like Joe Witt. Also I'm loving the role that Jamin Davis is going to be playing in. I can't say enough about that. Just looking at his film from the college days just brought the flashback of why I fell in love with the idea of us drafting Jamin Davis. Um, I think this year he will truly fill out the application and will be in and will get a stamp approval or the qualified stamp approval, you know what I'm saying, on his resume after he finishes this season. Also, big up to Badass, as he calls himself, Badass. Big up to him being smart. Like Vito say, most centers are smart guys. They have to be smart. They have to know the certain things. They like the quarterback of the offensive line, so to speak. So like that guy. Also, I don't know about y'all, but I am excited about the running back competition this season. We got a lot of good running backs back there. You know, undrafted rookies, a couple of them guys out there. So I can't wait to see that this preseason. That's my final thought. Big Son signing off. Workhorse.
Yes, sir.
Workhorse.
My final thoughts. I can't be happier than what Big Son said about Joe Witt. I feel like the defense is going to be on a level that we haven't seen in a long time around here. Brings joy to know that that's something that's being passionate and something that's being given some focus around here. We didn't have bad defenses all 4 years with Del Rio, 4.5 years with Del Rio, but it would be good to see a competitive top 10 defense year in and year out. I think we have the players to be phenomenal. Be great to see them in action soon. We only got 2 more months for live action to come around. A month and a half for these guys to all get in there and get to working and putting this thing together for how we want it to look or how we're going to see it coming up. I'm excited about the no huddle. So I'd like to see some more of the offensive guys in the interviews. I was excited about Tyler Biadasz just to be vocal and be forward. Like I said, I'm cool with straightforward. As long as you get your job done. He looks like he knows what he's doing. He's confident in making sure that he works with the quarterback so their relationship builds as well. All good. Jaquan Martin, his interview wasn't mind blowing, but I think in that I heard that he is learning is some things that he had to get used to being vocal because they want the defense to be chatty, be vocal. And if he was quiet and just focus on his job, he knows now that he has to do that. Again, if that was something that was not a focus before, that says a lot because anybody who's played team sports, I don't know how you're at this level and not talking to the person beside you or people on the field. I don't even know how that it was even equating to making sense. So that says a lot about last year and what was not going on. And it says a lot about how these guys are being prepared to go into this season this year. So a lot of today was very informative, very exciting. I'm with Leo though, on a positive note. Let's see what you got, kicker. And you know what I'm saying? You were given a job and given an opportunity. You've got 2 months to show that whatever flaws you did have, you've worked on to make it to this point. You have our support here until it's not there. So until then, congratulations. Get to work because everybody else seems to be. I'm out. Uptown Vito, Workhorse.
Workhorse. Okay, now so I got a two-part final thought.
Workhorse.
I got 2 parts to my final thoughts, right? One of them is related to us for the skin. So let me start with that. Dan Quinn, I think that he handled thus far. Now, as far as him handling the media, I think he's doing a masterful job with that. I think that it's good right now. During the season, we'll see how he does. But right now, I give him 2 thumbs up. He does seem like a veteran. He does feel like he's from the area. He's from the area, not feel like. I mean, he is from the area. So it does feel like though he is a veteran when it comes to dealing with the DC media. He does have a certain swag to him. It feels like that people like. So I'm just giving him thumbs up when it comes to people relations. And especially after going over the stuff that's going on in Dallas, it seems like he might have been the glue that kept that together a little bit. And he might have been the sticking point that kept that all running. So shout out to Dan Quinn because he's doing a wonderful job. I can't even understate, especially when it comes to our media. Our media can be a huge distraction. They try to be a huge distraction, in fact. So shout out to Quinn on that, because that's just he's doing a really good job on that. Joe Witt, I'm excited for Joe Witt. Joe Witt, that interview quickly gave me some insight into who he is as a person, to his reality as a man, to his standard as a man. I like Eric Bieniemy when he was talking in the preseason too, though. Let's be clear about that. So I would like to see some of this translate into what happens during the season. That's the only thing I got for Witt right now, is I like everything that I'm hearing. It's perfect. It's exactly what I would expect out of a man of your stature, out of a coach in the NFL, out of someone who has worked as hard as you have and has worked with the talent that you have and has made the guys like Deron Bland and Charles Woodson and Trayvon Diggs, and you've had some of the best years in NFL history in regards to interceptions, at least. So I'm highly impressed by what I heard out of him. It seems like this is the reason and the way that he's getting things done. It feels good in the beginning. It feels good in the beginning. It always does in the preseason, especially around these parts. Everybody say the right thing. Everybody go about it the quote unquote the right way. So I just want to see this thing keep up and translate into the season. The season gonna have a lot of challenges, injuries, problems, people not wanting to. People will work hard in OTAs. Don't mean they're gonna work hard like that and they 3-5. So, and not saying we will be 3-5. Hopefully, we're not 3-5. But if that does happen, your season ain't over. You still can climb your way out of it. But let's see what you got then when you've been punched in the mouth, when you coming off of a bad loss. Let's see if y'all have the same energy to hit his mouth after that. Meaning Joe Witt or Dan Quinn or whoever that y'all say y'all like it hard. And I like it, no foul. But I wanted this harder and all of that. Okay. So be that way when you lose too. Because it's easy to be like that when there ain't no games being played. All right. So that's what I got for that. I really like Tyler Biadasz. This is my first time really getting a chance to hear him talk. I like what he had to say. Jamin Davis, I haven't heard him speak in a while, but it seems like he's focused. He's locked in on what he's doing. Shout out to Jamin Davis. Like what I heard there. Quan Martin, same thing. That's my first time. He's out of his rookie year. If you can help you and Forbes, y'all came in together. Y'all need to do what y'all got to do together to keep that thing right, So shout out to Quan Martin. I really like what he had to say. Now, and that's on the Redskins side of it. Now, my second part to my final thoughts. This is beyond football, right? So I'm going to play a clip. I'm going to play a clip. And I got a couple thoughts on this clip because it's been a lot said in the national media. And I usually don't comment on what's going on nationally. I usually just stay in my lane. It normally doesn't matter. But I'm going to tell y'all why I'm going to talk about it a little bit. So let me play this clip. Pause it. I'm going to play this clip. And then I'm going to get into my final thought. I wanted to say this for final thoughts.
I think so many people are watching women's basketball right now. It all started from the national championship game, and I've been dealing with this for 2 years now. And understanding, like, yeah, negative things have probably been said about me, but honestly, I'll take that because look where women's basketball is. People are talking about women's basketball, but you never would think that we'd be talking about women's basketball. People are pulling up to games. We got celebrities coming to games, sold out arenas, like just because of one single game. And just looking at that, like, I'll take that role. I'll take the bad guy role, and I'll continue to take that on and be that for my teammates. And if I want to be that, and I know I'll go down in history, I'll look back in 20 years and be like, yeah, the reason why we watching women's basketball is not just because of one person. It's because of me too, and I want y'all to realize that. Like, it's not just because of one person. A lot of us have done so much for this game, and Kennedy has been here before, obviously, but there are so many great players in this league that have deserved this for a really, really long time, and luckily, it's coming now.
Okay.
I think so many.
That's the soundbite, right? Now, I'm going to read off, or I'm going to let you see just the headline of what Bob Costas. If y'all know who Bob Costas is, he is basically probably one of the most legendary sports analysts that we have today. Period. It's a very short list. It's a very short list. Right here, he says basically Bob Costas kind of ripped Angel Reese for what she said. I can't really play his soundbite because it comes from another program, and I don't know how they are. Some of the stuff I play, I know it's okay, but I'm not sure about them, so I'm not going to play it. However, let me stop this and get this off the screen. However, I'm gonna give y'all my take on, because she's being ripped apart by that comment, and by her saying it was because of me and it was because of one game. In fact, what I'm going to do is, it was because of one game. What she's saying is the truth. I know a lot of people don't want to hear it, but what she's saying is absolutely the truth. And I'm going to show y'all the moment which made all of this possible for the people who don't know, who think she's just saying this just to say it. And I'm going to show y'all something else so that y'all just don't think that, because she's being ripped apart for saying that, but she's telling the truth. And I just wanted to give a little context, and I'm going to tell y'all why I'm giving y'all a little context into this. I just wanted to give y'all a little context because she's from Baltimore, and y'all already know this is the Nature DC show. Yeah, it'd be a Baltimore DC rivalry, beltway, whatever you want to call it. Cool. But the people from Baltimore show the people from DC love. The celebrities, at least. You know, the Moniques, the Just Hilarious. Shout out to Just Hilarious. If y'all think I'm playing, go look at her birthday party from last year. Yeah, she was in there playing go-go and everything. Mad she had to play it. She say she don't like go-go, but she was in there playing UCB and everything else. So shout out to Just Hilarious. Shout out to Monique. Shout out to just everybody from Baltimore. Jada Pickett Smith, whoever you want to name. Tank Davis. He definitely showed us love. He didn't even fight in his hometown. He came to DC to fight. So shout out to Tank Davis, good looking point. Shout out to Tank Davis. They show us love. So this is at least our way of having a back. They've had our back.
Yeah, and my bad not to cut you off. I'm gonna add Coach Kenny Ellis and Coach Calvin Ford as well. Those as coaches, and they actually come through DC quite a bit. They come out here and show us a lot of love. So shout out to them as well.
Shout out to them as well.
Both Baltimore guys. So Coach Calvin is actually the dude that is from The Wire. So you know the boxing dude from The Wire?
Yeah.
That's
I didn't know
what
that.
Coach Calvin is.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I
true
didn't know
story.
that. I didn't know that. But she's being ripped apart for those comments. So I wanted to educate the public a little bit as to what she's talking about. Because just because you guys are just starting to follow what's going on doesn't mean there isn't a backstory. There is, just like we hear on the show, we always say, oh yeah, well, last show we said this, last show we said, the show before that, oh, last year, the year before this, we said X, Y, and Z. So I'm going to give y'all some context into what the girl is saying, because a lot of y'all are ripping her apart like what she's saying is false, and that's just not the truth. So I'm going to show y'all what she's talking about. That way, nobody can really start, the disrespect can stop, because it's been very disrespectful to her because of those comments. And what she said was actually the truth. So I just wanted to give y'all the proof, the solid proof as to what she said. That way y'all can calm down a little bit, because she ain't lying. She ain't lying. So without further ado, I give y'all some context as to what she's talking about. Hold on, just let me pull it up. Okay. In April 2nd, 2023, this moment, this is the moment that started all of this women's basketball craze. And I'm gonna pull this up. Give me 1 second. This is the moment that started the whole thing. There was a little basketball craze, and it was on its way, but this is what blew the whole doors off of the whole situation. And I just want to make sure that y'all understood what she was talking about. She said one game. Y'all notice what she said? She said, because of the national championship. That's what she said. Because of the national championship. Listen to the context of what she said. Because of the national championship, all of this happened. Well, this is what she's talking about in that game. The moment that went viral.
And Angel Reese knows a ring is coming.
That right there, that she did. That she did. I'm on the replay. That little thing she did right there. Y'all see that? That right there is the reason that this whole basketball craze, women's basketball craze, happened. That moment went viral. But what people don't know is that the reason she did it was because Caitlin Clark did it first.
Yeah, that's her. That's the Caitlin Clark, basically. Like, you know how that's their emote. That's what they call it. That's Caitlin Clark's emote.
Caitlin Clark did it first. Well, it comes from the hip hop culture. We, as the hip hop culture, we know what it is, because it's actually, and just to educate the fans who might not be vetted, it's actually the Tony Yayo.
So you can't see me.
It's actually this is where it comes from, just so to know all the fans why we appreciated when she did it. And John Cena took it from her. This is John Cena doing it. And I'm pretty sure Caitlin Clark might have took it from John Cena. She attempted it. It wasn't very good. If y'all want to see it, I'll show that too. But this is where all of this stuff is coming from. And you'll see John Cena doing it. That's John Cena. That's John Cena right there doing it. Do y'all see? That's John Cena doing it. He originally got it from Tony Yayo, though. Oh, well, hold on. I'll play it.
Is our litmus test.
And this is what John
Cena said. You can't see me. Yep. And the reason I did this is because while we were making the album, to which my theme music is on, my younger brother, Sean, was always our litmus test. He kind of liked the same music, and he would never go to the studio with us. So we'd come home with our tracks and we'd play it for him. And he was ruthless, man. He would never be satisfied with any song. And he heard The Time Is Now and just did this dance that Tony Yayo did in one of the G Unit videos. It was like he put his hand over his head and just kind of like bobbed his head like that.
Oh yeah, I kind of remember that.
And I was like, man, what are you doing? That looked like just ridiculous. He's like, no, man, this is Tony Dance is doing this thing. And I'm like, I'll do it on TV. And he's like, I dare you to do it on TV. Little did he know I'll do this on TV. So
yeah,
it was before that.
Don't dare John
So
Cena.
basically, on a dare, by absolute chance, I went out there and I figured this wasn't visible enough, so I wanted to do this. And the term "you can't see me" is like, well, you're not even on my level.
The clip of John Cena's interview.
There you go. There you go. That is where it came from. And it came from a Tony Yayo video, like he said. So the hip hop community knew exactly what she was doing when Angel Reese did it. We didn't even know it was in retaliation. We just saw this girl from Baltimore doing it. We look at it as a representation of us. Oh, she down with us. So in Groves, we came out to support her. And in that moment, it goes viral. That moment goes viral. Before this moment, even though Caitlin Clark, to her credit, had averaged 26 points as a freshman, 27 points as a sophomore, another 27 points as a junior. And then as a senior, she jumped up to 31. But before she became a senior, jumped up to 31, she was in the national championship game. That moment goes viral. And just to give y'all context on Caitlin Clark's, if you go to Caitlin Clark's Instagram, and I can pull it up. If you go to her Instagram, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, right? If you go to her Instagram and scroll all the way, she doesn't have a lot of pictures on there, but she does have some. Her original likes is 8,000. And the day before the national championship, she posted her and them going to the Final Four. She had 200,000 likes, right? The next day after that game, she had 400,000. After that national championship game. 2 months or three, well, let me see, maybe 5 months later, when the season came back, she's on a State Farm commercial with the State Farm guy. That's the next post after that. It's her with the State Farm guy. So no offense to everyone who is misinformed, uninformed, don't know. Angel Reese is 100% right when she said that national championship game is what made all of this. And to take it a step further so that you know I'm not playing, or it's just some sort of if you think I'm just getting her back because of race or whatever y'all like to say, I'm gonna take it a step further. See, we do this at the Nature Show all the time. Vito and them, if you listen to the show regularly, you know it's gonna be a debate, and you're gonna have to pull some numbers up at some point in time. That's just what it is. And I'll see if I can pull. Let's see if I can pull this up. I can pull this preview. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can pull this up. I can read them off though. I can't pull it up, but y'all can go check this out. In 2023, before that game, that's Iowa. That's who Clayton Clark. And this is posted by Iowa Sports. Iowa's attendance, their total attendance was 2,200 for the whole season. 238,620 fans. That was before that national championship. That was the season before. Afterwards, their fan base grew. Sorry, before, let me go back. Before, let me go just to a per game average. They averaged 11,000 fans before that national championship game. They averaged 11,000 fans that season at home. They averaged 11,000 fans. After that game, they averaged 14,000 fans. So that's almost 5,000 more fans a game.
Hey, bro, don't forget that because Angel Reese played the villain in that game, and because of that hip hop viral moment, the whole LSU team was also uninvited to the White House because
Didn't even remember. I didn't even know that. Didn't even realize that. Didn't even realize that. So when y'all want to vilify this girl, y'all better have your facts straight.
And I don't, matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, and we can look it up later, but if I'm not mistaken, I don't think it was because of the viral moment, but I think that the White House wanted to invite Caitlin Clark even though they lost, and LSU took offense to that.
See, so that's crazy. So just because y'all don't understand, y'all looking at stats and numbers and all this other stuff and think it has anything to do with that. No, let's think about this. Let's think about this in a logical way. Caitlin Clark went to Iowa. What's Iowa's total population? What? Angel Reese went to LSU. Shaq went to LSU. Odell Beckham Jr. went to LSU. Joe Burrow went to LSU. Justin Jefferson went to LSU. May I continue? So the star power, the pool was Angel Reese. We didn't, and some basketball fans like Vito, he follows college basketball. Some people actually follow college basketball might have known who Caitlin Clark was, but the average basketball fan had no idea who she was until that moment happened, because that moment ended up on everybody's social media the next day. Period. Whether you like it, you don't. The numbers even say, if you go on Caitlin Clark's Instagram page, anybody who has an Instagram, and go look at her post, the amount of likes and the amount of traffic she was getting before that game and the amount of traffic she got after that game. She wasn't doing nothing but standing there in the video. It was Angel Reese who was doing something, making moves. So yes, it was like Angel Reese said, and this ain't because I'm biased. I just been following it. So I've been following it too. That moment showed up on my phone. That's the only reason I even know who Caitlin Clark is. And I follow sports. Not to say she didn't have the numbers where we should have known. Yes, she did. But it's like Vito said before we talked about this off air, there have been plenty of girls who have come through that we should have known about. But we didn't. Period. So when Angel Reese says this is happening because of that game and that moment, she is 1,000,000% right. Get off that girl back. Y'all are wrong because you don't know what you're talking about. A bunch of loud, casual fans. That's what you are. When it comes to women's basketball, I'm a casual fan as well. I have no problem with admitting that. When it comes to the Redskins, I ain't no casual fan. I'll tell you, comes to NFL, I ain't no casual fan. But when it comes to women's basketball, I am a casual fan. I have no problem with admitting that. I don't know as much. And I'm a baller. I like the ball. So that's something that I can admit. So all you people running around here talking about y'all been into women's basketball. Well, if you've been into women's basketball, you know what she's saying is the truth. Stop it. Stop it. All of y'all faking like y'all running. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Bob Costas, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. What she's saying is the truth. I just showed you the proof of it. And again, go on Caitlin Clark's page and go and look at her numbers and her traffic before that game and after that game. The numbers don't lie, baby. So stop playing with that girl. She is not lying. Get off her back. And if y'all don't know, y'all don't know. That is your fault from not knowing. She went to school in the middle of Iowa somewhere. We had no reason to really know her. Even though she was good, we still had no reason to know. She plays in the middle of America with most on the East Coast. We are asleep when her games come on. Sorry to tell y'all. So I just wanted to let that be my final thought. I wanted to address that. I felt like a lot of people talking, but a lot of people just either don't know or they're just outright lying to try to drag Angel Reese. And that's not right either. So I'm going to come to the aid of Baltimore, not just of Baltimore, but of other people too. Y'all, I don't have to say it. You know what I'm saying? But I am going to come to the aid. I got Baltimore back. Baltimore done had DC back. This is a thing. that if you around this area, you know, it ain't no, you know, it's all love. You know, it's all love, you know. But back up, y'all wrong, you know. And that's my final thought. Tomorrow, speaking of basketball, we are doing the NBA Finals. Game 1. So y'all can definitely tune in. I know the guys might do it or not. I'm not sure, but I'm definitely going to be on air for the NBA Finals for Game 1. This is a big one. This is a big one. This is something that is really interesting. Boston. It's going to be a new champion, somebody who hasn't been crowned yet. So I think this is just marks a moment in basketball where I think a guard is being changed to some degree. Now, where it gets taken to, we don't know. But a guard is changed. Yeah.
So Boston is a team that's won before you. So are you saying that you believe Dallas is going to win?
No, I'm not. No, I'm meaning Tatum. Tatum don't have no rings.
Okay.
You know, meaning the people playing.
The
currently playing.
Right. Got you.
Yeah. So we're gonna crown a new star champion. You know, like Jokic got his first one last year. I think that a guard is kind of being changed in front of our eyes. I think maybe Steph Curry and them last championship might have been their last one. And I'm not saying it is. No knock on Steph Curry and Draymond Green and them guys out there. I think I'm a Bulls fan, so you know I got love for y'all. Y'all coach. I've been watching them since I was a kid, so it's no knock. I just think that we are seeing a new generation of basketball players, from Shea to Anthony Edwards to even Cat and all of them guys. We're seeing a new generation of basketball players take the forefront. And so now they're into winning MVPs, championships, stuff like that. Even Jokic. Jokic is one of the newer guys, I feel like. So, we'll be doing that tomorrow. NBA Finals. I believe start at 8:30. I could be wrong. 8:30 Eastern time. But nonetheless, we will be on air for the NBA Finals tomorrow night for Game 1 of those NBA Finals. I know Tank's fight is coming up on the 15th, I believe. So we will be doing a score to fight just to keep
Broner fight on Friday.
You say who?
Adrian Broner.
We will be doing the Broner fight on Friday. Oh, did you see the Did you see the press conference? He said, I got bodies, I'm hiding.
Why he gonna get beat up so bad?
Joe, Broner is entertaining though. I'm not gonna lie. When he said, man, I got guns up in here right now.
Hey, bro, it's the viral, it's clickbait, bro. I don't like living in a clickbait world, bro.
I don't even, but it's funny. I'm not.
No.
Only Broner can get away.
I'm saying that in the aspect that, no disrespect to you, but all due respect for people like my brother, you know what I'm saying? My brothers, for that matter, my mother, my grandmother, like anybody that's been locked up. Like you don't put yourself in a situation where you bring in attention to yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like whether you slicing or not, like with clickbait or not, you again, guess what? The one thing about our community as well, don't like a fake person. Why Drake has lost this battle in some ways that I feel may be unfair to the actual lyrical side. It's the fact that people don't like people faking something that they not. That's a big part of the argument in this battle. Like, so the same thing with Broner. Like, if you ain't got nothing to do with that, don't put yourself in situations that ain't got nothing to do with you. Because the saying that also adds a lot to, you know what I'm saying? It adds a lot to that situation. Like, death ain't something that just easily walk through. You know what I'm saying?
No. You can be inviting. You're right about that. You can be inviting the wrong type of people on you that you don't want on you. Your line. So I do agree with you with that. That is definitely something serious that he probably shouldn't be playing with. Hopefully, though, the investigators look and say, I am not taking nothing that come out this fool's mouth for face value. This guy is trying to sell a fight. Hopefully that those people are looking at it and saying that, because it would be unfortunate if they really did start plucking and pluck over the wrong boulder and something crawls out that probably had nothing to do with nothing for real, but now it's out. So now we have to do something about it. So you have that potential of them just fishing around stuff when those things are said. But we will do the Broner fight. We will do the Broner. I got to confirm with Point. He no longer on air. I got to confirm with Point as to, the Broner fight. But we got to do the Broner fight. That's Friday. I guess we'll update y'all on the time. Still tune in to Studio Runners Radio. Studio Runners TV. I'm saying radio. Studio Runners TV. Make sure y'all tune in. We 24 hours live streaming now. So make sure that y'all tune in on everything that we got going on. I don't know if Big Son's still online. If he's still up, but nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Any last thing to say before we sign off?
Oh no, man, I'm good, man. It's just a great time to be a Redskin fan right now.
Yes,
You know,
indeed.
regardless of what people may be saying or feeling, it's just a great time to be a fan. It's a great time to be in support of the channel. Tune in with us on this Workhorse Wednesdays. Tune with us on these Major Mondays. Major Monday is a new show we just started. First year in Workhorse has been around for some years for y'all who don't know. But y'all tuning in, glad to see y'all out there. Y'all can see all the platforms right here on the bottom of the screen. You know what I'm saying? Definitely follow us on Instagram, YouTube, Twitter. X, Twitter, whatever they call it right now, Facebook. You know, definitely tune in.
Yes,
We're gonna get you right.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So we're gonna sign out. See y'all tomorrow, NBA Finals. See y'all Friday for the Broner fight, whichever one you can make it. Try to make both if you can.
Yes, sir. Workhorse.
Workhorse. Workhorse.
Yes, sir.